Dear Runner, I trust you're enjoying life on the Isle of Awakening. How's my sister Lillian getting along? The refreshing breeze here on Furrowfield is perfect for cooling freshly baked loaves, although it does little to temper Clayton's newfound passion for building. He is ever the hothead. Do give my regards to everyone. Ever so sincerely yours, Saffron. But first, New Orleans. So, the way we afford new islands is with hearts. So we actually do need to get hearts on the main island in order to access new islands. So naturally we do a cheap one, because we don't have that many points right now. Good morning, Zektaft, Blade Deval, Darkrai, to Base Master, and Walker. What is up? And thank you, Blade Deval, as always, for the sub that didn't show up, it looks like. Oh, I think I know what happened. No, no, it's still set up. Well, either way, thank you very much, Blade Deval, if you give me a minute. Hey, it's a nautical museum. We'll put that towards Stranger Paradise, the Dragon Age block, and East Combat 5. You got it. Time, Darkrai. That is the answer to that question. So, time to talk about Explorer's Shores. Most of these aren't mandatory. In fact, most of these sit firmly in the post-game territory. But he's explaining what I'm about to explain to you. So these are mini... The best way to think of these is these are mini dungeons. You can go here and unlock stuff, and as you unlock stuff here, it unlocks for the mainland. Pretty simple, really.
Hey! Yay!
And you can actually see the checklist over there on the right, which tells you exactly what you're missing. And usually about 80-90% of that is really easy to find. And then there's like 1, 2, or 3 things that are rare or hard to find or whatever. It's also worth noting that these are still manually crafted islands. So all this stuff is manually placed. Eating ice cream. It's like being powered up. Good morning, Dark Prince Revan. And thank you, Noctis. Do enjoy the day camp. And I will jot that down for various things, including Epic Battle Fantasy 5, Fire Warriors 2, and the Zelda block. Oh no, it is absolutely worth doing these. It is very, 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 very worth doing these. I haven't even explained the big reason why yet, but we will. We will. Either way, I do think the Explorer Islands are a bare minimum of a positive. Probably more than one, because we've got new area to explore and recruit from, so that's neat. Mostly optional, so that's neat. The resource reward and the checklist system. That's, yeah. I know, right, Cyclops? Worst game I've ever reviewed. Okay.
Yay!
So what I usually do when I first enter one of these is I just run around and just kind of randomly mash E on essentially everything. That is a pretty strange question. I'm afraid it's so strange, Gum Gum. I'm afraid I can't even answer it. Because I don't understand it. Yeah, the flute is helpful in finding some of the stuff. And by helpful, I mean mandatory. Hey, Crazy Norse. Seriously, I would actually say some of this stuff is you need the flute to find. Like, especially when you get to the later islands. And all that stuff's underground. Or in a cave or whatever. Oh, I know, Crazy Norse. I'm surprised you even have heat and humidity up there. I've given up on moving to Finland. You have heat and humidity.
Yay!
Oh yeah, by the way, a really cool feature of this is a good time to mention the co-op. So you cannot co-op the main campaign. That sucks. But you know what you can co-op? The main island and what I'm doing right now. When you're doing this in co-op, both players finding stuff counts for the same list. So, getting these is a lot smoother when you're playing with another player, and you can spread out and do tons of stuff. And of course, you could fight bosses together, because there's usually bosses on these things. And you can build together. It's not great co-op, to be completely honest with you. But you know how we have several layers... Yeah, actually, yeah, Blateville. You know how we have several layers of categorization for things like co-op? This is one of the reasons why. Like, one of the things is, do you have co-op at all? The answer is yes. Congratulations, you get a co-op positive. But it's not really full, what I usually call campaign co-op, right? So, it only gets the one positive. It is better than nothing, but honestly, it's rather disappointing, if I might be so bold. Oh, there's a chicken right there. Which is actually what we're here for, plot-wise. We're here to recruit a chicken. That's sort of like asking me to describe Star Trek's writing era. Like, there's a lot to unpack there. Yeah, Malroth was taking care of the ads. Thank you, Malroth. Honestly, yeah, Blade Taval. And the fact that we're probably not getting a 3 just makes that suck even more. Yeah, the problem is WoW had multiple writers. As most such things do. Having said that, there were 2 primary styles of writing as of about Cataclysm, which is when I consider most of the writing to have solidified and gotten actually good. So in that case, I would say there's 2 general styles of writing. Humorous and very not humorous, and the tone between the 2 was stark. Like the variance of the tone between the 2 was stark. It's easy to explain because all you need to do is to look at a serious storyline like, say, the Twilight Highlands, and then look at a silly one like, say, Oldham, and there you go, there's the difference. And I don't have, like, any food, do I? Do I have, No, I do not. Well, time to start eating raw cabbages, because that's what I got. No, nothing yet, Crazy Norse. Rex probably would win that fight. Rex is very strong and very experienced, and literally has psychic powers. Tychus is certainly a badass, but he's a badass marine. Now, if Tychus was in the Thor... What am I still missing? I missed a bunch of stuff. What, Commander Rex? From Clone Wars?
Yay!
I'd probably give that one to Tychus. Hey, Act. I hope your day is going well. I am still enjoying myself. I've started getting to be in a little bit in a hurry, because, you know, we've
Yaha!
been doing half shifts, and I took my time on the first island, so let's go. But that's more a worry about being boring for you than it is being bored for myself.
Yay!
You know me, I dislike being boring. Which is funny, considering it's me. Look, I know that the writers said it wasn't Arya. It was Arya. We're just going to override the writers of Mass Effect. It's not like we haven't done that before. Okay, come on. Like a writer of Mass Effect comes up to me and says, no, no, Shepard's secretly an alien. I'm like, uh-huh, yeah, yeah, uh-huh. Whatever you say. Well, admittedly, some of the dialogue specifically tends to suck in World of Warcraft. Because you're probably thinking of the cutscenes, and in the cutscenes they tend to speak Hollywoodese. In order to be able to make dinner tonight, I am going to have to finally clean the fridge. You know, it's ridiculous, and I will probably be giving negatives for it. But the thing is, a lot of the dialogue that, you know, this is going to sound strange, but that's the minority of the dialogue. It's a damn shame that that's what people think of when they think of WoW's dialogue, because in terms of percentages, that's probably less than 0.5% of the total dialogue in that game. No, I'm not even being facetious. Think about all the quest dialogue. Think about the dialogue during the quests. Think about the dungeon dialogue that continues to play. Like, there's tons and tons and tons of dialogue in the game that has nothing to do with those stupid cutscenes. I should also probably mention that most of those cutscenes only started getting bad as of BFA. Like, WoW used to be known for its good cutscenes, and then... I mean, one of my favorite cutscenes of all time in WoW is in Legion, for God's sakes. Which I only mentioned to mention how recent it is. By the way, one of the other ones that I love so much is from Warlords, which is another recent expansion. So let's see what we got in this house, shall we? Now you see it, now you don't. Okay. Hey, ISE. Hi, dude. I got to see my niece again, which always makes me happy. I'll take Mass Effect over Halo on that one, I think. Listen, Warlords is a brand new expansion that just came out yesterday, okay? This is kind of neat. Do you see the mirroring effect? Obviously not actually a mirror, but you know. Nothing really worth stealing, though. Except for the bed, which I didn't get to steal. No! Oh, I forget how that works. Oh, right. We need to get a blueprint for that. That's how that works. And I can't do that yet. That's what I was remembering. Well, usually there's an NPC at these you can recruit too, but I think that's also not unlocked yet. Okay, what am I missing? Let's actually look at this here. Branch. branch, acorn. So I need one of the big trees. I also need, looks like a pumpkin, a bramble, a mossy rock, and a mound. I mean, okay. So I just spoke positively about Legion cutscenes, but actually I misspoke. The cutscenes in WoW started getting bad in Legion. In fact, if you remember, during the Legion lore run, I specifically was mocking the later cutscenes for being bad.
Yaha!
Your crusade is over! Like what? That kind of overemphasis just deflates a scene like that and makes it sound like you're trying too hard. And considering that was a cutscene in which we were defeating the central villain of the entire Warcraft franchise, you don't need to overemphasize that. We got this. Which one, Act? Kinda, yeah, honestly, Crazy Horse. Complete overhauls of internal systems and structure both times. Some of the same people working there, but the way they did business, business is the wrong word. The way they did the development was completely different. And it shows. BC, Vanilla, and Wrath are all very problematic. There's some good stuff there, don't mistake me, but it's all very problematic. And then BFA is a train wreck, and Shadowlands is weird. Dragonflight seems to be the start of yet another new arc, for lack of a better way to call it, in WoW development history, but we'll see where that goes. Because Dragonflight continues to have the dumb main plot problem that we've had since BFA, but has been nailing it in a lot of other categories. The moment you win the lottery and give me the entire lottery, Darkrai, $500 million, and I will lore run FF14 1.0. No, you're right. It's overemphasis. And, okay, I know that I prefer underemphasizing. That's just my writing style. And I know that not everybody agrees with that. But I do think that even if I am under the bar, BFA is way over the bar. Shadowlands has the exact same problem. That's why I made that argument, that joke earlier about cleaning the fridge, because every stupid little dinky thing is suddenly a big deal. How will we ever manage to successfully cook these eggs? We must crack the egg. You know, it's just, they overemphasize everything.
Yay!
I'm just burning through food here, aren't I? I'm still missing trees. Found, looks like a rot thing. Exactly, late of all. How will we survive the lunch rush? Do not worry. I assure you, we will defeat their hunger, no matter the cost. Like, even when I was doing the World of Lorecraft series, I made it very careful. I was very careful to not overemphasize except when it was really important. So, like, 3 times across the entire series, I would actually sit there and emphasize like that. Once during the Legion section, I can even tell you the line, because sometimes the hand of fate must be forced. Once during the Cataclysm section, when they were leading into the final battle. I actually can't think of a third example, but I'm sure there's a third example somewhere. And thank you, Darth Trinius, very, very, very much. Always. I'll put that towards the Dragon Age block. You got it. Because glaring silently. Okay. We need to go back this way. Like, I know what you're probably thinking. Hold on, Lore. Your favorite cutscene in the entire game is one of the last cutscenes of Legion. How can you say the Legion cutscenes suck? Because it's clearly an outlier. To explain this differently, sometimes people will write or design or direct or whatever a cutscene well in advance. I'll speak to that personally. One of the first things I wrote for the rewrite of Final Fantasy I was actually the confrontation scene between Williams and Sarah. One of the first scenes I wrote in the entire thing. Because that's just how that works sometimes, right? You don't really write things linearly. So the reason I bring that up is we know that that cutscene, the cutscene of Legion, was actually written well before the rest of the stuff. Because most of Legion was building up to it. They wrote that back before Legion even came out. So you could see the difference in writing quality there, right? Because if you look at the cutscenes right before it, which is when the ship is on approach to Argus, and the cutscenes right after it, which is some of the dumbest cutscenes in the damn game, you can see the quality difference just stark. You know?
Yay!
It depends, Act. I mean, okay, that's not fair. You're asking for a more literal answer than that. Generally speaking, what I do is very non-linear, but not on purpose, if that makes any sense. Let me explain it this way. To me, when I'm designing a story, and I talked about this a bit with the rewrites, I zoom the camera out as much as possible, design the world, the rules, the setting. Then I zoom in a bit more and design some of the frequencies of the plot and the pacing and the sequencing. Then I zoom in a little bit more and start figuring out specifics of events and scenes. Then I zoom in more and figure out characters. Now, the reason I say that that's not quite non-linear, but also is non-linear, is it's not like I start back to front. It'd be more accurate to say that I just kind of zoom in. So
Yaha!
whether I'm doing the last scene or the first scene first doesn't really matter to me, because what matters to me is what I'm actually working on at the time, which is either characters or plot or setting or whatever. Listen, Crazy Norse. Okay, so I'm missing pumpkins, acorn, and tree stuff. I'm missing pumpkins and tree stuff. I'm also hitting the wrong button. Very important. Gotta see that RNG. I mean, you and I think, are in agreement on what is the worst cutscene in all of WoW, which is funny. Because if you're paying attention, my favorite cutscene, well, my second favorite cutscene in all of WoW, and the worst cutscene in all of WoW are both in the same expansion. Think about it. Yes, we stopped the Lorecraft series with Legion. And as much as a few people have asked me to keep going, there are no current plans to do so. I do like ice cream cones.
Yaha!
It's actually funny, because one of the pieces of advice I usually hear and give is don't ever try to force it. That piece of advice is kind of a lie, because sometimes you need to force it. We now have an infinite supply of wood. And there's the reward for actually finishing a checklist. We just have infinite wood now. Lumber problem solved. And that's the benefit of the, well, the gameplay benefit of these islands. Obviously, there are other benefits, like being able to recruit people, or just being able to explore. Occasionally, you can get NPCs. There's some other stuff you can actually go and gather as well. Whoops. Yeah, now I'm looking for a pumpkin. But getting those infinite resources is very useful. We may not do all of these just because of the time consumption involved, but you can see the benefits. Even something as simple as lumber and grass is going to solve a lot of issues for us going forwards. It's worth noting the game is not balanced around these infinite resources, but, you know, you can do it. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I guess we could. Yeah, coal and iron is just, well... something. I mean, yeah, so the reason I say that sometimes you have to force it... I'm not gonna pick this thing. The reason I say sometimes you do have to force it, even when it comes to something like a creative project, is every now and again, you need to force yourself to sit down and write. It is very, very easy. Human beings are momentum-based, mentally. And it's very easy to get stuck in doldrums and not be producing. And if you're not writing, then you're not writing. So every now and again, you do need to just, in my opinion, you do need to just sit down and be like, all right, I'm going to force myself to write something. It's going to suck, but I need to get something on the page. I need to get my momentum going again. And sometimes while writing, or while painting, or while building, or whatever it is you're doing, an inspiration strikes, or maybe you're doing something and that provokes another idea, or whatever, right? If I was... So, hang on. You asked if I think WoW should have died a while ago. So here's the deal. Legion was the end of the Warcraft story. Now, I don't mean Warcraft story is finished, and a lot of people misunderstand what I mean by that. What I mean is the story from Warcraft 1 to Legion is a linear line. That's all one story arc, right? So they did it. Woo! Perfect time to have a breather episode, you know, reset the board, and go off in a different direction. Assuming you want to keep the series going. So do I think WoW could have ended with Legion? Absolutely. Do I think WoW should have ended with Legion? That's a little trickier. Obviously, WoW is still going, and actually still going strong, believe it or not, despite everything. I am not seeing pumpkins anywhere. If anybody sees a pumpkin, please say something. What I should do. But, actually, yeah, Legion is... we were joking about that during the Endwalker run, is that Endwalker and Legion were roughly the equivalent of each other. Well, I don't know when that was, Crazy Horse. Anyways, so like, if you gave me the executive decision to cut WoW off at Legion, would I have? Yes, absolutely, and without hesitation. I've actually talked about why many, many times. Can anyone tell me why I would do that? Do we even have access to mounts yet? Didn't think so. A lot of people are giving good answers. And all of them are even valid and true, but it's not the specific reason I was thinking. There's a very common truth in all of media, whether it's shows, movies, books, games, or even like music. And that is, there's an art to knowing when to quit. When to fold them, when to hold them, when to walk, and when to run, if you'll forgive me the quote. And the general good rule of thumb is it's better to end when things are good, when things are at a high, rather than letting it peter out and die, as it inevitably will. So the idea is, Legion was a high note. Lots of people were into Legion. It was a big success story financially and creatively and in terms of popularity. It was the perfect time to go ahead and cut it. End on a high note. Now, I would have kept going, of course. Yeah, I saw them too, Darkrai. I would have kept going, of course, but I probably would have kept going in an entirely different function. Like maybe, wait a couple of years while we work on Warcraft 4, for example. Yeah, now, you know what's really funny? What I just said is an objective truth. As in, it's true. It's not opinion, it's not subjective. It is a factual statement that in every single case, when you cut off at the right time, it's good for the overall franchise. This is true for so many examples of this. I'm not even going to give you a list because it's huge, right? The reason I say that's funny is because for whatever reason, executives, CEOs, and shareholders tend to think the exact opposite. There's something called the Hollywood method. The Hollywood method okay. There's a lot of things called the Hollywood method, but it has been standard policy literally since about the 40s and 50s, to produce stuff in Hollywood, produce movies and eventually shows. And then once you find a successful one, what you do is you then produce a sequel or a new season of it, and you reduce the budget. The logic is, by reducing the budget, you're guaranteeing that it's still going to be successful financially because of the fact that you are spending less money on it. Because the presumption, logically, is that your viewer base is going to shrink each going. This is still done today, by the way. The most researched topic, I can't find these damn pumpkins. The most researched topic about this I can talk about with actual authority is Star Trek. Star Trek, the original series, first season was reasonably popular. So the second season got greenlit, partially because of a contract snafu. Thank you, Lucille Ball. And partially because it was doing well enough. So, okay, cool. Second season, reduce the budget. And then the third season got greenlit, not because of Roddenberry, and not because of a letter writing campaign, but because that was the standard format at the time. So season 3 got greenlit, reduced the budget again. Now, there's so many problems with this line of thought that I don't even know what to tell you about it. But what amuses me the most about it is that the intention was to actually keep going with a season 4, and it was actually several individuals. I talked about the Ruminations. There's several individuals who kind of worked together to ensure that the show got canceled so it wouldn't completely die out. Go figure. I'm going to give up on this pretty soon, because it's taking too damn long, and I cannot find these. Are there big exceptions? I mean, there are occasional exceptions, mostly with regards to big-budget action flicks in Hollywood, which tend to have bigger budgets than their predecessors. Do me a favor, look up the budget for the Lord of the Rings trilogy. The whole trilogy, sometime. Yeah, I'm officially just going in circles. Yeah, 300 million. Okay. Yeah, and it is shockingly low. Now, do me a favor, look up the budget of the recent Indiana Jones film. I know that's low-hanging fruit, but it's still valid. Hey, Justin. Yeah, I am gonna do one last pass up the middle, and then I'm gonna give up on this. Yeah, or the newest Fast and the Furious movie. Speaking of someone who even likes the Fast and the Furious... Oh, for God's sakes, it's right here. Speaking of someone who even likes the Fast and the Furious movies, what the hell? Okay. I mean, honestly, I agree on Falkenstein. Ridiculous fun, Gum Gum. Yeah, the lumber was the real win there. Okay, we got the chicken. There's also another island like Furrowfield. Oh, look who it is. Perry's come to check if we found the fowl. Let's show him the chicken and rub it in his face. I've been waiting for you to come back. Did you bring me a cute chicken? Oh, she's blimmin' adorable. I can't wait to eat her. Once that girl starts laying eggs, we won't have to eat cabbages no more. By the way, did Brownbeard tell you about Gert Liquor Islands he's looking out for in the ocean? I reckon I might know something about it. I remember hearing about one place where they were famous for mining metal right out of the ground. A long time ago, the people of Furrowfield used to trade with them, swapping veggies for metal and whatnot, till the children of Hargon made us put a stop to it. See, that's too far. Forcing people to build and then destroying their constructions right in front of them, forcing people to starve to death, poisoning the land, all of that's acceptable, but the children of Hargon have been restricting trade. Completely unacceptable. I never seen no metal with my own peepers. I'd love to visit that island one day and see what the place is like. Yes, I read the letter, thank you. Yes, I read the letter, thank you. I mean, the Hollywood bubble has been having issues for a while now. I've said it before, the main reason it hasn't burst already, because it should have naturally burst by now, is specifically because of the fact that there are very large-scale, billion-dollar companies that are trying to keep it afloat. They cleared the dirt. Woo! Time to make the river. So, ideally, I would love it if Hollywood would just literally die. But then again, I tend to be one of those people who and this is theory, this is preference, I tend to think that it's better to have multiple smaller scale industries than one big scale industry. Or, I'm saying that wrong. Company. I'd rather have 3 local grocery stores than 1 Walmart, to put it simply. Oh yeah, we can see the unlocks here now, which we can spend hearts to unlock. No, exactly, Von Falkenstein. Like, there's a lot of even objective economic benefits to having large scale, having a bunch of littles rather than having a big, just to put that very, very simply. And the older I get and the more I study economics, the more I tend to have that opinion. Yeah, exactly. A decentralized economy. I understand logically the appeal and benefit of a centralized economy, but reality just tends to prove that wrong, you know? It's actually funny because a lot of fiction usually, for simplicity's sake, for ease of writing's sake, usually emphasizes big centralized economies. Like how many stories have you seen in, just for one example, Star Wars, where there's one giant megacore? And how much fiction tends to emphasize that concept in general? Like Weyland-Yutani is the company of aliens, or can't remember the name of the company in Blade Runner. But there's Blade Runner, and then there's like the companies that took over the world, all like 5 of them. 5 companies on the whole planet over in Cyberpunk. The UAC in Doom. Oh god, what was it called? Can't remember their stupid name. Zerka. Zerka over in Star Wars. Etc., etc. I don't think that's deliberate on any level. I don't think there's some kind of conspiracy theory here. I think they just do that because designing 100 companies takes more effort than designing one. But you get the idea. Okay. Hi, Dr. Winter. Yeah, Umbrella Corps over in Resident Evil. Not even the only company in that one, it's just the only one we hear about, which continues to have the same concept. And yeah, the Dragon Company is over in Shadowrun. It's a really common trope. I mean, even World of Warcraft, excuse me, even Warcraft tends to only have, what is it, like 15 companies total? And I bet you couldn't name more than 3 of them right now. Runner Malroth, you're back. As you can see, we cleared a path for the river while you two were off adventuring. All we need now is some water. Oh yeah, Abstergo in Assassin's Creed. Yeah, that's Wayland Yutani, Amelia Clark's eyebrows. Rins in FF10. No, it is ACT. Like I said, that's what it is. It's easier to write one company than it is to write 15 or 50 or 500. Yep. Time to make the river. Oh, yeah. Wayne Enterprises or whatever it is. And yeah, there's usually one mega company in Pokemon games. In some cases, it's the same mega company. I mean, I keep talking about this with regards to companies, but this same thing affects species, it affects locations, nations, polities in general. I'm actually impressed by that, Mr. Red. You successfully named 3. No offense. I mean that sincerely. I mean, that's another thing. In some settings, there's the good corporation, and then there's the evil corporation. DC is a perfect example of that. There's Luther Industries, and then there's Wayne Enterprises. And those are the 2 big megacorps in DC. Now we have a pond. Ooh. Star Trek doesn't really have companies, but that's more because of bad writing than good, ironically. High tier in Street Fighter? I mean, obviously all of the final bosses of the various later games qualify. But not counting them? I mean, Akuma. And Shenlong, obviously. Yeah, I can't even think of the name. It's funny. Green Arrow is rich, right? He's a mega wealthy person. I couldn't tell you the name of his company to save my life, even though he's like super wealthy. Okay, so here's the big plan. The time is put to put the findings of my investigation to good use and make our river bigger and better than ever before. Get on with that. You've been going on about this plan for ages. It's time to put your money where your mouth is. High is the operative word, my dear. Come one and all, to the top of the cliff. Okay. Oh yeah, there was also Megacore and Ratchet & Clank. I forgot about that. Congrats, Von Falkenstein. Hopefully we'll be able to play the Switch one today. Oh yeah, speaking of which, my new capture card showed up yesterday. So that's $180 I didn't really want to be spending at this point in my life. But it works, I think. Obviously, we'll have to do some live testing, but near as I can tell, it works. So... what happened to the old one? Good question. I don't know. It's not working. That's the answer. And when I say not working, I mean completely not working. Both my computer and OBS acknowledge that it exists, but could not do anything from it. Couldn't pull audio, couldn't pull visual, couldn't pull anything. It just was not working. And for those of you who not aware, capture cards are actually really finicky pieces of technology anyways. In fact, some of you probably know that's the one that just died is actually my third capture card. Which means, yes, we're now on to my fourth capture card total. Because the hardware involved is kind of brute forcey, so they tend to die over time. So it's kind of expected, it just sort of sucks. Speaking of Megacorps, Hyperion over in Borderlands, actually all the mega companies in Borderlands. My painstaking investigation led me to believe that a river once ran here. Do you see the remains of a riverbed? No. No, that's correct on Falkenstein. That's why I got a $200 capture card instead of a $70 one. Because they've got those little box things, but those things suck. I deduced that the stream that flowed here once upon a time ran all the way to the pond at the base of these bluffs. If we could recreate the river of old, why, this scenery could become an order of magnitude more magnificent. Okay. Done. So, yes, second river. Done. The river seems to have hit a dead end. I thought you said it was supposed to empty into the pond. When is a wall not a wall? When it's a tunnel! Very profound. I'm going with a neutral Crazy Norse. They're not completely bonkers like Minecraft. And workable. And the fact that you have an infinite ability to drain it actually helps a lot. I actually did see that von Falkenstein in my feed because I'm subscribed to him. Whoops. We've discovered the source of those sinister gurgling sounds. There's water trapped in the earth. That puts my mind at ease. I feared we might encounter monsters. Dude, there's monsters all over the place. What are you talking about? Yeah, I obviously have not had time to actually watch it. The gurgling wasn't made by the water. It was these foul fiends. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, back to digging. And hello, that guy Jai Live, which I'm probably pronouncing terribly, because I can't do pronunciations. I apologize. Yeah, no, this completely fooled me. I was like, oh, okay, there's no monsters here. Oh, just instant monsters. Let there be a river. Oh, would you look at that? We got ourselves a little waterfall. Oh, shoot, shoot, shoot. We did it, runner. The rivers have reunited, and it feels so good. Now I want us to see the falls in all their glory. Let us descend and enjoy the view with the others. Yeah, I kind of feel like we should fill out this pond a little bit. Anybody else wants to fill out the pond? Because I feel like we could have even more. Let's do it here, I think. Whoops, wrong button, wrong button. Let's remove some water from the pond. That's actually what I meant. That's what I was really going for. Let's do it here. Yeah, just strand him on the island. You can swim, right? Right. Just flood the island. You can do that, Blade Cabal. It'll take a while, but you can do that. Whenever it's funded, von Falkenstein? I don't think it's even funded at the moment. I could be wrong. Do I budget religiously? No. I keep track of my budget in my head, though. This is why I usually get rid of the ants. Right here. Thank you for the demonstration there. Oh, I didn't mean to click through that. These new waterways have really blown my expectations out of the water. Oh my god. Hang on. I'm sensing a strange aura, and it's moving sideways. Over there! How would you know it was moving? How did... Thought they'd come and cool off in our new pool, did they? Careful, runner. Don't let them get you in a pincher attack. Oh, stop waffling and get rid of them, will you? I demand steamed crab claws for my supper. Jesus, Lulu. That's a little dark. They just wanted to enjoy the spring that we made in this desert. Maybe Lulu's actually the Destruction Lord. I don't know. Runner! Mara! Thanks for taking care of those pesky crustaceans. I wonder what put them in such a crabby mood, though. Don't look at me like that. It was a joke. Alright. So it weren't my best. Maybe if I was clutching at claws, I thought it was funny. In more important matters, there are a lot of wild monsters here, aren't there? Slimes, iron ants, murlosks, the list just goes on. They do not seem to be affiliated with the Children of Hargon, yet they pose a threat nonetheless. We must remain vigilant. Luckily, we have Malroth to protect us. Without you, we'd be crab food, quite literally. You may not be a born builder, but your martial prowess is beyond reproach. Me? Protect you? I don't think so. I'm on the lookout for my friends, and I don't have to make friends with bearded pumpkins. Okay, let's not fight, you two. Let's get back to admiring our amazing river. It's just so beautiful, and I think I missed a step right there, which is why it isn't finished. And I missed some blocks there. That's going to bother me. I need to go get those blocks. So we wouldn't have done it without you and your pot, Lord Runner. And my expert guidance, of course. Thanks to my thorough investigation, we have not one mighty river, but two. Maybe it was that cabbage-encrusted soup strainer of yours, but I was more than a little wary of you at first, Bonanza. Perhaps you're not so bad after all. This is just the start. Seeing all this water makes me want to build new fields and farmhouses. I know who can take care of that. Runner, crown builder of Lulutopia, and nature maker extraordinaire. Did you notice even the chicken was like, yeah? Oof. No, I have not, Gum Gum. We can make a... Another challenge complete, I see. Have a mini medal. We need to go turn these in, because we have more than 10 now. We have rivers, meadow, and a wood. I think we've maybe completed all the challenges from the tablet. Ugh. Is something the matter, Malroth? Aren't you happy we were able to complete the tasks? No, it's not that. It's just... I got this funny feeling in the pit of my stomach. What's happening? Are you alright? You're just feeling upset because you can't make nothing, are you? I'm sure you get the hang of it soon, Malroth. After all, you've got Runner to show you the ropes. Just look what it helped us create. Have you checked your map recently? I think a bird's eye view of our surroundings would really hammer home how much things have changed. We knew full well you were a wizard at a workbench, but we never knew you were a worker. Oh my god, this dialogue. Worker of natural wonders as well. So proud of you as a mother, no a father, no an elder brother figure. I cannot help but bask in your reflected glory. Yeah, man, let's keep this glory coming. Even though we all made this legit nature and stuff, I still want to make more. Meadows and woods are all well and good, but if we want to make this place truly special, we should think about branching out. That's a cracking idea. I reckon it's only time for us to head off the island and hunt for new mates and materials. First things first, Perry. Now we've completed every target on the tablet, we should take another look and see what it has to say. Okay. But first, I want to go do something. Over this way. Because that's gonna bug me. Get off. Get off. Get off. Okay, I feel better. Best tips to fight impulse spending? That's an interesting question. Because the answer would be don't. No, being broke, in my experience, doesn't help you not spend money. In fact, it actually makes it worse. Because what happens when you're broke is you don't spend money, and then you don't spend money, and then you don't spend money. And, like, your resistance HP gets lower, and then you are more likely to make an impulse buy rather than a carefully crafted buy, because you're so sick of constantly not getting what you want that you're just like, ah, screw it. So that doesn't work. But if you want a more literal answer, I suppose my answer to you would be pause. It's amazing how many things in life can be helped with that word. And I mean that with sincerity. Oh, I want a such and such. Pause. And just pause. And let your brain, like, move past the immediacy of the moment, right? Let you process, hold on, can I really afford that? Is this really what I should be doing right now? Maybe I should spend my money on something else. But if you have that pause moment, it gives your brain a chance to engage, for lack of a better way to put it. And once your brain has engaged, you're a lot more likely to think, okay, maybe I shouldn't go ahead and buy, you know, this random doodad or this random kit or toy or whatever. Let me use a direct example. Let's say, yeah, it worked great for anger, absolutely, Pesnator. Let's say you're driving home, and you don't feel like cooking. You look at the fast food place like, I'm just going to get fast food. Pause for a second, think about it. Are you really going to be satisfied with that fast food? It's going to be more expensive, there's going to be the wait in the line, and you're not really going to like it that much, and you know it's going to bother your digestion later. So you pause, you think, you process, and you're like, you know what, fine. I'm going to go home and just have like a bowl of cereal or something simple to make, like, you know, something relatively easy, like spaghetti or something. So you make something simple, you enjoy the meal more, it costs you less. You know, time managed, for like a better way to put it. Bad example, but you get the idea. I feel a powerful force emanating from the tablet. What is this, WoW? Congratulations. I don't know what the tablet's done to you, but you look a little taller. Hi, J. Palmer. You certainly smashed those challenges. As I explained before, these tablets are the last creations of the legendary builder who once made this place his home. Its magic will transform your thoughts into targets, challenges that you must master if you want to grow as a builder. My lord and master, hear me. It's a negative to something. I guess it's gameplay, technically. Runner, did you just say something? Hear me, Malroth. Hear me, O mighty master of destruction. Alright, wake me when the next line of dialogue shows up. Huh? Who is this? What do you want? As the Builder's powers of creation grow, so too will your powers of destruction. So this isn't really a spoiler, because anybody who's played Dragon Quest II has already figured this all out, so they don't really treat it like it's a spoiler. It's pretty obvious from word go that that's Malroth, because his name is Malroth. Which I know sounds silly, but point here being, for those of you not familiar with Dragon Quest II, I'm going to go ahead and spoil it for you. The last boss of Dragon Quest II is Malroth. Now, at the time, it was done because of literal artifact design. Dragon Quest I had a boss, last boss, and then there was this big plot twist, which I know, that there was actually another last boss, and it was the dragon. Oh my god. So they had to have a twist last moment reveal. So even though Malroth gets, I think, like a grand total of 3 mentions in the entire game, he is the final boss, the thing that Hargon was worshipping the entire time. I bring all that up because that's not really the spoiler here. That's not what's going on. Anybody can tell you that that's Malroth because his name is Malroth. You know it. You feel it. When you witness great deeds of creation, a fearsome force stirs within you. Yeah, we killed Malroth back in Dragon Quest II. Immediately after we killed Hargon. Malroth becomes stronger. Use that power. Help the Builder fulfill his aims. Why don't you tell me who you are? No, J. Palmer. It is a sequel. Hello? Yes, yes, yes. I am the creator of this world, your most faithful servant, your dearest friend. O mighty Malroth, master of destruction, I await the day you awaken once more. Oh my gosh. Okay, apparently I need to AFK. I'll be right back. Anyways, that was someone at the front door while two young children were needing fresh diapers and breakfast. Are you alright, Malroth? Who in the world are you talking to? I don't know, but who cares? All I know is I feel stronger than ever. So anyone who stands in Runner's way better watch out. That's true in real life, too. Most reassuring, Malroth, my boy. I have the utmost confidence you'll be able to protect him to the best of your ability. Until Chapter 3. Runner, come to the temple when you have a moment. Okay. As for us former furrow fielders, we're rather taken by this lovely area of land. It quite reminds us of home. We've decided to move in permanently. Oh yes, it's the perfect place to start a farm. Just imagine the whole place filled with fields and farmyards. My agricultural imagination is running wild. And yet they will not build a single thing until you do it for them. Which means they're going to be sleeping on the grass and eating nothing for the rest of the game. Is something the matter, Runner? Wait, don't tell me. You want to stick around a little longer and build the place up? I mean, yeah. If this was a regular playthrough, which it's not. So, here's all the optional stuff, which you can do to get all kinds of things. And, yeah, we're just going to jot down a plus here, because these give mini medals and are guidance. Something I talk about often that games need more of. Frankly, this is the kind of thing Minecraft needs more of. Days. Literal days, Jay Palmer. It's just for this island, Jay Palmer, but still. It's for the central island. It's the thing we'll be doing the least of, even though you're supposed to be doing the most of it. Especially since, again, co-op. Speaking of which, we need to write down co-op. Yes, Act. I need to stop time whenever I want to, and be able to do all kinds of things whenever I want to. I actually thought about this, like, even if I had the ability to freeze time and still, like, work with my computer or something like that, it wouldn't allow me to do something like, say, play WoW, which is fine, of course. But, like, I can only do single-player stuff. Okay, I've got to know, Yura, because your tastes and mine are, like, very divergent, so I'm curious what you're looking forward to, if you don't mind sharing. Alright, let's go see what he has to say. Yeah, exactly, you literally couldn't use the internet. I mean, arguably, you shouldn't even be able to use your computer, even that's a bit of a hand wave. So we did it. As you're well aware, this island is yours and yours alone. You're free to build whatever you want, and wherever you want, however you like. There's also co-op. This is actually co-op. Yep, there's the co-op mode. You can actually move that portal, and I highly recommend doing so. If you're going to do co-op. It also gives you a fast travel point wherever you put it. Oh yeah, we're hitting all 3 Bloodstained games. That's going to be fun. So yes, plus the co-op. We already talked about this. So, hang on. You asked a question. You said, how does the Empire handle casinos or gambling? Very carefully. Gambling is very regulated. That's what it boils down to. Because gambling is extraordinarily problematic, and has been for all of human history. But you can't restrict gambling any more than you can restrict alcohol. And I know that sounds like a strange comparison, but think about it. Alcohol is the cause of a huge amount of problems across all of human history, up to and including the modern day. But it's also very tied into human history to such a degree that there is no freaking way you can just kind of Thanos snap alcohol out of existence. That's going to cause more problems than it solves. I'm not even talking about practicality, because within the Empire they have greater access to tech, resources, and magic that we don't have. So they at least could try to regulate things. But here's the map, by the way. And check it out. Yeah, look, there's green here now. You can actually, one of my goals when I was doing this last time was to make all of this green. Speaking of which, I spent like 20 minutes looking for my copy of Dragon Quest Builders 2. I didn't find it. I'm not sure where it is. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to show you the roller coaster because I don't know where my copy of the game... Hang on, I literally just had a thought of where it might be. Hang on 1 second. I know I just AFK'd. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
I had an idea, but it looks like it wasn't there. My copy of Pokemon Let's Go was there. Yeah, I remembered I actually, at one point, specifically left Dragon Quest Builders 2 here, because I was playing it with my niece so much. But it's not there. I'm just going to read these games one last time, because this should be where all my Switch games are. Well, I mean, if I did, there's no way to get it back at this point, Jay Palmer. Whatever. Sorry about that. I just thought it would have been right there. And it wasn't. I mean, I could always buy the game again digitally. Actually, I'm kind of curious. I'm just curious how much the game is digitally. It's probably full price because this is a Nintendo game. Well, a Square game, but you know. And they tend to not go on sale. Yeah, it's $50. Ow. I really do want to show off that roller coaster. I spent so much time napping and planning it. Like, I'm actually legitimately proud of that thing. Whatever. Whatever. Just gonna live with it. I don't really know where it would be at this point. So, things I would do with winning the lottery that would be safe. You probably know that the most common advice people give you when you win the lottery is go invest. There's problems with that. So that's fine to do. That's not necessarily a terrible idea. But actually, there's a more modern line of thought which boils down to don't invest. And I know that sounds completely strange, but the idea is, let's say right now I won the lottery, which at the moment, if you give me a second, I'll tell you exactly how much the lottery is right now. $480 million. So let's assume for a moment that let's just use the usual 50% rule. And we get $240 million out of that, right? So you now have $240 million. Congratulations. Do you need to invest? Or do you think you could live for the rest of your life off of $240 million? And you see the logic there, right? Now, obviously you can't put that all into just a typical bank account, but there are millionaire bank accounts that exist. There are banks designed to handle large numbers. In fact, there are banks that require you to have a minimum of 7 digits in the bank account in order to maintain the bank account. So you get a big bank account. I forget what they're actually properly called, but you know what I mean. So you get a large-scale bank account. You put the money in there. Probably get a couple of other bank accounts, like with more local banks. Drop $100,000 in each of those. So you've got like 4 debit cards attached to those. And then your big bank. And then you're good. For life. No real need to play the market. No real need to invest or any of that. Just let the money sit there, right? And the older I get and the more I study economics, the more I lean towards that particular line of thought. Having said that, what I would actually probably do is a little more complex than that. I would probably take about $300,000, give or take, and go ahead and invest that in, I'm not going to bore you with the specifics, but all dividend companies, right? And so I would have $300,000 just sitting in the market pulling dividends, and those dividends would then be dumped into one of those little bank accounts I mentioned. So it'd be about $2,000 a month in income just from interest, which is plenty of money. And there you go. There's your petty cash right there. That's going to the grocery store, buying a Lego for your niece, deciding to get sushi one night. You get it. That's that fund. That's where that goes. It also gives you something easy to pay taxes on in order to smooth over that particular problem. Yes, they do, Jay Palmer. They also give you tons of benefits. Like free tickets and vacations across the world regularly, and like it's bonkers some of the stuff they do, because the thing is, here's the weird thing. Big banks want you to put your money in them because they make money off of you having money in their bank. So the big banks, they will actually court you. In fact, something that can and has happened is if some people win the lottery, big banks will try to reach out to them because they'll find out about it and be like, hey, we'll offer you such and such if you'll put your money with us. Anyways, I think it's time to hit the second island. No strings attached. Oh no, there's tons of strings attached. But it's usually more beneficial to you than to them, to be completely blunt. because they will make more money off of it than what they're spending on you. So we're going to go meet muscle-bound brutes and bunny-eared women. Exactly, Justin. Even smaller banks make money off of your money, so they still want you to put your money in their bank. Oh, absolutely, Act. Like, I'm sorry, winning the lottery, I know people are like, oh my god, it's really simple. Really. The problem, every time you hear a horror story about someone screwing up with the lottery, which you'll notice you only hear those every now and again, because most lottery winners do it's the smart way, percentage-wise. But the reason you hear those horror stories is because those people are stupid. I mean, yeah, buying like a mansion or buying a yacht or running around and just splurging money or getting lost in lawsuits or whatever. These people do not know how to manage money. And I know what you're thinking, oh, it's because they're poor, right? No, it's because they don't know how to manage money. Regardless of your current financial status, most people don't know how to manage money. Yeah, a lot of people have this really, really weird perspective. They think that if you win that if you buy a house, then you own that house. In other words, that you don't have to pay anything on it anymore. That's not how that works. Property taxes are a thing. They vary, but they're a thing. Either way, it's time for the second island, finally. And a negative to gameplay, and at least 2 negatives to story. Yeah, that's another thing. Some people who win the lottery don't think about where they're going to live. They just plop down wherever they are, and it's like, hell, if I win the lottery, I'm not even going to live in this country. I'm out. Peace. I'm going to Finland, where Crazy Norse lives. I don't know if I'd call it a scandal, but that did happen, Crazy Norse, yeah. I mean, the Nordic countries are legit. All joking aside. Why not just buy an island? Because I'm not an idiot. Think about how much land costs. Think about who you'd buy that from. Think about the property taxes on that. Think about all the regulations and requirements you have to pay for to upkeep that island. Now think about setting up satellite internet, which is satellite internet there, and getting your own power plant. It's possible, but God, there's so much infrastructure required. So welcome to the land of golden sands. This place looks abandoned to me. I don't find anyone to take back with us, let alone that metal we need, but I suppose it can't hurt to have a quick nose around. Oh yeah, indoor plumbing. Just... In that case, I'll hold off the port. Actually, Germany... I don't know what living in Germany is like, but I do know that I really like their economy. So, that's something. Wow, some serious shaking. Something tells me there's more of this place than meets the eye. Come on, let's take a look around. Nice place. You know, I'm not sure which is worse. The sticky swamps of Furfield or the roasting heat of the deserted desert. What do we got here? What? Any idea what these planks with strips of metal are? Yeah, they're called rails. Because we're officially just playing Minecraft. Just get it out of your system. Just get it out of your system. I get it. Rail tracks? You can zoom along in a cart? That sounds like a right laugh. Oh, another one? These quakes just keep on Ah! Just our luck. We've only been here 2 minutes and already we're in a hole. Hope you're not hurt, because you're the only one who can build us out of this place. Oh, sure, I'll just... Look in the face tells you something. Don't tell me you can't smash the stone to build the staircase out of here, can you? Oh, we're in a lot of trouble now. This is, ironically, a nightmare scenario. If she hadn't found us, this would be a really horrible thing to happen. We can't build in here. So... we'd just starve to death. Or die of dehydration, or sun exposure. Oi! You two alright down there? Yeah. Take these and build yourself a way back up. Thanks. Whoops. Let's just waste these. Game, could you do what I'm actually telling you to do just for a lard? No. Damn it. There we go. Ahem. You two alright? Look like something's broken at least. You best be heading home. This island ain't no place for holiday makers. Eh? You aren't here on holiday? You've come to find mates and metal? And are you asking if I know anyone? I ain't sure if I should be telling you. Who are you two, anywho? She's a cactus now. You're a builder. You ain't pulling my leg, are you? But if you're telling the truth, this is very interesting news indeed. I'm Babs. A character I like who is the source of 2 negatives to this chapter. Pleased to meet you, runner. You too, Malroth. If you really are a builder, maybe you can help me with something. Come with me, I'll show you the way. She's not bad, but we'll get to it. I shouldn't talk it up like that, it's just... I mean, of course they did act. That's all Norway does. So here's our new town. Nice place. It's kind of a sty. What I find personally amusing is this place, if you think about it, is actually worse than Furrowfield Farms. Because Furrowfield Farms was just a slime mound. But here, this is actual ruins, right? Like, we've got pieces of what used to be buildings all over the place. This place sucks. So we've got to turn this into something livable. Welcome to Crumbledon, land of plenty. Around here, the precious stuff just pours out of the ground. Or at least it did, once upon a time. Now we got nothing. Not since the children of Argon shut down the mine. Oh, look at this place. You never know, this used to be a bustling mining town, or the tumble-down bar over there was once the hub of our little community. I've been dreaming of getting the mine open again and giving this town a new lease on life. And now that you're here, we can make it happen for real. I don't see why you need us so badly. Seems like you've already got enough people to make a start of it. If only it was that simple. I could explain, but you're better off just getting it straight from the horse's mouth. You'll get the pictures. What's a cheery chappy like you doing talking to a washed-up old codger like me? Who are you, anyway? A builder? Oh, the humanity. Take that devilish grin of yours and get right out of it. Don't even mention the B word around here, unless you want the children of Hargon breathing down your left neck. This island was once a haven for rough, tough miners with money to burn. Business in me pub was booming. But now the golden age is over, and me dreams are dead and buried. Everything's gone to the dogs. You see, mining and metalwork go against the teachings of the children of Hargon. That's just how it is now. In other words, your kind aren't welcome around these. Your kind ain't welcome around these parts. So do yourself a favor and get out of here while you still can. We'll have no trouble here. Nice people. Oh, Digby's there really nothing we can do. I missed a whiff of that stuffy tunnel there, you know what I mean? Look, Dougie, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Unless we can smash through that rock, we ain't getting back in the mine.
This?
Oh, you. I ain't seen your face before. I reckon I'd remember some of that scrawny. Yeah, for some reason, muscle-bound guys wearing that mask are really common in Dragon Quest. I don't know why. Like, I don't know where this particular gag originated or what it's referencing. It's just, they're in, like, all the Dragon Quests now. A builder? What, you mean like a bodybuilder? Put the other one. Get off of it. Go on, shoot back where you came from. The children of Argon don't do kindly to any type of building.
You.
Hang on back, Digby. Didn't we come here to rebuild the town and help Babs fulfill her dreams? Babs is everything to us. A sister, an aunt, a niece, a mother, a brother. She's the light of our lives, the apple of our eyes, the pincushion of our hopes. How does that work? We thought that if we'd come here, we could reopen the mine and put a smile back on our beautiful face. That place is sealed tighter than a very tightly sealed thing. Even if we could get the mine up and running again, we're too terrified of what the children of Hargon would do to us if we did. It ain't fair. I ain't having it no more. Someone get a drink. I need a digger's jigger. Okay. So life sucks. And then you die. You heard them all out, did you? Now you can see what a pickle we're in. Just so you know, that bald geezer is Magrog. He used to be a blacksmith. The guy wearing the bow tie is my old man. He's the landlord of the bar. Yeah, we met them. They were moaning about their mind being sealed up and being brainwashed by the children of Argon. I never believed a single word of Argon's teaching myself, but I wish they would say the same for the others. They fell for his lies hook, line, and sinker. When the mine closed, my beloved pub went bust. I'd love to get the mine back up and work in order to get Dad's gaff and run it again, but I don't know how. What's that? You reckon me Dad's lucky to have a daughter like me who wants to put a smile back on his face? I ain't bothered if he smiles or not. I'm just sick of watching him mooch about with a face like thunder. But that bloke needs something to keep him busy. Nice lady. So, make a digger's jigger. Okay.
Yaha!
Okay. Is there a Shire-like society in the extant? Probably, yes. I haven't thought of one yet, but I'm sure there is one somewhere. I mean, that's true, Crazy Norse. Although... Okay, I'm a very firm believer of the fact that the idea that everyone needs to be producing is a fallacy of the highest order. In fact, it's something I push against constantly. So, I think I have to clarify that sentence slightly. Just having nothing to do is terrible on your psyche. It's one of the reasons I'm so pro-hobby. That's not really what I mean, Act. See, the problem there is what you're doing is taking something to an extreme. That's the problem most people make when it comes to this. Because the presumption is that you need, like, okay, here in the States, for example, the retirement age keeps being pushed back and back and back and back and back. To the point where there are 70-year-olds and 80-year-olds who are still working because they have to in order to make ends meet. The thing is, that's being treated as if that is correct. Like, that's how that should be. And that gets into the mentality that I am not in favor of. The idea that every person within an economy needs to be producing towards the economy. Okay. Where's... Yeah, exactly, Spartan. I mean, honestly, if I had absolute power, which I don't, I would set the retirement age at whatever you want it to be. If you want to retire when you're in your 20s, sure. If you want to retire when you're in your 80s, sure. Some people really do prefer to keep working. Some people really like their jobs. And some people don't. Some people don't really have a place or a career or that kind of a drive. And the thing is, and this is where I'm going to say something legitimately controversial, for some reason this is controversial. I think that's fine. I think there's nothing wrong with someone who just doesn't have the drive to get out there and really be productive. Whether it's creatively or whether it's in terms of raw labor. That's fine, in my opinion. Now, that's more philosophically than pragmatically, so, you know. Yeah. Let's talk less about child labor, because the original reason for the way the child labor laws are currently designed was actually to allow kids to work on, like, local stuff, on farms, or around the house, or in places where children usually were expected to be a part of the working cycle much earlier. You know, stuff that's been out of date for about a century at this point. But as with most things, kids who simply do not have the mental tools or capacity to really know when they're being manipulated or controlled are obvious targets for companies who want cheaper, easier labor that they can push around better. That's not presumption, either. I mean, God's sakes, I know adults who have no idea how to understand that they're being pushed around by their corporation, or by their company. Is 16... I would honestly say that 25 is the upper end of being a kid. I've thought that for years at this point. And not just because I'm an old man. But really, 25. That's the higher end. My opinion. Where is the damn thing? I've got to be missing it. Oh, it's right here. It's literally right in front of me. There it is. God dang it. Yeah, exactly, Blade Jamal. Thanks, Valrock. I don't know what a Q is, Crazy Horse. Whatever, that's enough. I've got enough. I've got enough. I mean, it's dumb on every level. And honestly, if I was a more cynical person, I would say it's literally just being done to distract people from how terrible the situation is. It's actually a common technique. Let me use an example. Let's say, for example, that I am, I don't know, a person. I know. Bear with me. And I'm like, okay, oh shoot, I did something horrible and something actually bad is going on. Not something bad, something actually bad, right? I'm like, oh shoot, I need to distract people from my incredible incompetence that led to this thing that was actually bad happening. The earth is flat. And then everyone will focus on the fact that I'm so stupid for saying that the earth is flat that they'll ignore the really terrible things that I'm actually responsible for and am not solving. Anybody who has been living in Britain for the last 10 to 15 years probably knows exactly what I'm talking about. Not going to name names, but you know who I'm talking about. So now we can, speaking of making alcohol, Yeah, anyways. Boop. Nice one. You're just a builder. You're a born barman to boot. Ain't you gonna give a little taste of that Digger's Jigger you made? Yeah, sure. Here you go. That's a glass of Digger's Jigger, the despicable drink the children of Argon state call the builder's bathwater. That sounds gross. I'm wise to your evil ways, builder. Your kind ain't welcome around here. Oh, forgive us, Argon. Take pity on our souls. This is all the work of that blasphemous builder. We ain't done nothing. Builder. What was that spooky voice? Is that you, Argon? Builder, come to me. The voice was calling for you, Runner. We all heard it. Sounds like it was coming from the old mine entrance. Oh, what are you waiting for? Go take a look at Butchers. That's the way you get the courage, Babs. Me and Dougie will stay up top and keep an eye on things. Not on your Nelly. You two are coming with, whether you like it or not. Comprende? Please, Babs, don't make us go. I don't think we got the stomach for it. Oh, give over. We're only going to the bottom of the steps. We'll go first. You two will follow. Or else. Okay. Yeah, his name's Bill. He's well known in the area. I think that voice came from somewhere around here. Damn it, prisoners. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The voice is back and it's booing and oohing like nobody's business. That bleeding delicious Digger's Jigger has incurred Argon's wrath. Sounds like it's coming from behind this pile of sand. There's a fate worse than death. Alright, you are a giant creature that can live forever. But you're just trapped in a giant pile of dirt and sand. Forever. Do you think anybody will ever find you? Or do you think the layers of construction will just slowly build up around you over the centuries? Cool. Blimey! There's a horrible monster hiding in there. Save me, Babs! Save me! Ooh, ooh, ooh. Whole thing sounds like he's upset. Have a word with it, Runner. See if we can figure out what the problem is. Why would emotions be neutral, and why would emotions be an instrument, Go-Go? I don't understand either half of your question. So I guess no and no, respectively. Woohoo? Thank you, Builder. You find me. You free me. Thank you. No power. No more. Bring me copper, silver, gold. Get strong again. We've only just met. He's already asking us for the moon on a stick. I think I like this guy. You need copper, silver, and gold, huh? Well, I'd love to help, but the entrance to the mine's completely blocked off. Babs, that's a monster! Actually, yes, by the context of the setting. Golems are monsters. You aren't really gonna help it, are you? You, Babs. Babs kind. Babs pretty. Me wants the Babs in bunny suit. Sorry. Blocked tunnel this way. Me take closer look. Follow! Okay. Also one of my favorite things to recruit for the island. Golems. You want to smash this rock? Yeah, if the rocks weren't here, we could have the mine up and run again. It's what I've always dreamed of. Then me make dream come true! That was brilliant. You tore that wall down like it was made of paper. Poor blimey. What was a bleeding great din all about? Do my eyes deceive me? Are you Goldie Rocks? It's not very goldy right now. Legend has it the mines of Crumbledon was once guarded by a great golem. But when the metal disappeared, so did he. Strength gone. Need help. Your help. I've been looking to clear those rocks for years. I never imagined it'd happen like this. Everyone on Crumbledon knows the legends of the Guardian of the Mine, but all of a sudden they're just kitty stories. How wrong could a girl be? Runner, would you and Mara mind having a quick butcher in the tunnels? I'm sure Digby and Dougie would be more than happy to show you around. But nobody's been down there in the donkey's years. There'll be spots where the roots all caved in, sand and what have you blocking the way. How do we get past that? Ah, lucky for us, I've been keeping such a thing around for such a situation. They've been lying around for yonks. Some miner must have left them here. Go on. We have now unlocked bombs. One of them has claustrophobia. One of them has monstrophobia. Runner, you can search the nearby tunnels and bring back a few lumps of copper. 5 should do. I just want to check the quality. Okay. See, I don't think that would make it neutral, Gum Gum, but that's also because I don't think I know what positive would be in that case. What is a positive emotion in the context of how an emotion is being used? And what's a negative emotion in the context of how an emotion is being used? Runner, Mara, hold up. Babs just gave me a right earful. If you're gonna go spelunking, you need a seasoned miner by your side, so here I am. Huh? Is that another earthquake? Yeah, ever since the Golden Age came to a close, the ground ain't ever stopped shaking. It's been years since I was in these tunnels, but I don't remember them being in this bad a shape. Old Argon must have let his lackeys loose down here. Back in my day, you couldn't swing a pick without striking a seam of gold. But now look at it. There ain't nothing but sand and stones. Hold on a tick. This weren't here before. Cool. Have a butcher at this. The old tunnel's all been stuffed up with sand. Must have fallen in from up top. Seems like a job for one of those rusty wrecking balls. Yes, I understand how to use a bomb. Thank you. That's how you use a bomb. We now have unlocked TNT. In the Minecraft sense of the word. Sterling work, runner. You wiped the floor with wool. Yes, that's what... Sure, Gum Gum. I don't even know where to begin with that. So that's why I'm just kind of like, okay. It's like you're walking up to me and saying, you see this cookie? This cookie is very purple. And I'm like... Okay. Nice one, runner. You blew a path clean through the sand. Destroying stuff sure is up to get us good in Argon's good books. There might be more of them wrecking balls lying around, so make sure you pick up any you find. Meatheads like me can't be trusted with that kind of firepower. Chances are I'd squeeze it too hard and blow me biceps off, so I'll let you take care of blasting. Okay. By the way, it's easy to lose your bearing down here. Lucky for you, if you whip out your map, you can go through it level by level. Yep, because we actually have surface, whoops. Layers in Crumbledon. Which actually is pretty good map design, to be very, very blunt about it. Grab this, because we're going to need this later. There we go. I love the way they run. Man, you probably shouldn't play with dynamite in general. So, thoughts on the UK regulators being very stupid. I think I've already given away my opinion. Hang about, this don't look good at all. Them supports have seen better days. We better get them fixed quick smart. Yeah, never let mining supports go bad. Look, posts what prop up the roof are in terrible shape. Whole tunnel could collapse at any moment. We gotta get them fixed before the next earthquake hits, or we'll be buried alive. Alright. Well, lucky for you, I've, got some softwood, so let's just do this here really quick. Now, see, that's an interesting statement, Crazy Horse. Do you mind clarifying why you think they're being selfish?
Yep.
Not saying I disagree, I'm just curious how you would phrase that statement. Whoops.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, Loner, of course it is. Any country could join the EU, really. There's stuff in the way. But it's possible. I mean, I don't really want to talk about Brexit, but all I will say is that nobody who actually posited the idea of Brexit happening originally wanted Brexit to happen. And nobody expected that poll to go the way it did. Nobody. I mean, this isn't even presumption. Them supports look good as new. You've done this before, ain't you? Yeah, it was. It was literally something people were tossing out as like, hey, vote for me, we'll leave the Union. And then, like, people voted for it, and they're like, oh. And yeah, it just spiraled wildly out of control. Just wildly out of control. I mean, hell's bells. I can't remember. There's several people who were like, yeah, no, we'll totally implement Brexit. All you have to do is vote for it. And then people voted for it. And they're like, oh, okay. Yeah, I resign. Oh, the whole thing. The whole thing was terrible. Nice one, Runner. Thanks to your marvelous mending skills, these supports should hold for the foreseeable. Looks like we've stumbled on a good bit of metal, too. That mallet of yours shouldn't be able to break the harder rocks, but you can do the trick for copper and coal. First things first, let's dab ourselves a few lumps of copper and a bit of coal.
Yep. Yay!
What's that, Runner? It wouldn't be a lump of copper, would it? Old man McGrog wanted 5, remember? Let's bag him and get the heck out of here.
Yep.
I mean, if you wanted me to go into an in-depth discussion on the value and purpose of the EU, I could. And I could. But, that's a good point. We'll just speed this up a bit. But that really would be a lengthy discussion. As with most things in life, it's not simple.
Huh.
Hang on, aren't you supposed to be a miner? You should stay behind and do some work for a change. If you go back now, you'll be in for another one of Babs' tongue lashings. Maybe at a point. Alright then, I'll stay here and dig for a bit longer, but you two better go see McGraw. Pronto. Okay. And hell, most of my knowledge about the EU is on the financial and legal side of things. Not from a more down-to-earth personal perspective of someone who actually lives there. For example, there's obvious financial benefits to being part of such a union. It helps smooth over trade substantially, and it has a great effect on... I forget what the actual proper term is for it. Worker migration, put simply. Where, you know, skilled workers... I hate that term. Where workers, we're just going to say workers, have a easier time of working in different countries and moving to different countries because of the reduced barriers that are in the way, right? Which generally leads to a more fleshed out workforce and more people being able to get jobs and more people being able to take care of themselves and some generally good stuff across the board. But of course there's also plenty of downsides from such a policy too. For example, anybody who joins the EU, generally speaking, is giving up the ability to control their own economy and surrendering it to the whole. That's the same way it is here in the States. Texas doesn't really run its own economy. The United States does. Similar concept. Which means if something happens really badly, Greece, excuse me, then, well, it tends to affect the whole, and Greece can't do things that they otherwise would be able to in order to fix it. Random example. Greece has been turning it around. Props to them. But also true, and Diddy. Yeah, exactly, Crazy Norse. Like, Texas likes to be like, our economy is super powerful. No. Just, no. And that's all I'm going to say about that, because, no. Anyways. Runner, runner, runner. I can see it in your eyes. There's still copper in these mines after all. Let me take a closer look. Yes, yes, this is top quality crumble done copper, alright. You won't find any finer than this. Seems the mines have a little life left in them yet. Sorry to butt in, but I spoke with Goldie Rocks while you were scurrying around in the mine. He says the more metal we can give him, the more strength he'll return. And once he's got his powers back, he can use them to fill up the mine with precious minerals again. It'll be like the gold rush never ended, he says. Is that so? Perhaps you'd benefit from the copper that Runner just brought back. Can't hurt, can it? And we can't exactly leave him in the state, the poor thing. I say we give him the copper. Okay. Is that copper? Copper not enough. Need gold to become gold golem. Strong golem. When strength returns, metal returns. But copper stronger than stone. Me become copper golem. Stronger golem. You give me copper? Thank you, friend. Throw copper at me. It become part of me. Throw very hard. Okay. You insist. Copperhead. Get it? Oh, blimey. We've turned him into a copper golem. Hold up. Only his head's gone copper. What about the rest of him? Ooh, me looks silly. Me need 1,000 lumps of copper. We'll talk about this mechanic in a second, but you remember last time where I was like, 1,000? You want me to get 1,000? Well, the other one, that's impossible, surely. I wouldn't say that. The mine might not be what it once was, but there's got to be more copper down there. Digby, look what I found. Had a bit more of a dig about, and that mine is chock full of copper. Look at all this I brought back. 3 copper. Is that it? That bleeding it? You always was a lazy little skiver, Dougie. Oh, give me a break, Digby. I'm the only geezer doing any work around here, and I ain't even got a pub to unwind after me shift. How am I expected to keep me morale up, eh? Always with the excuses. Why don't you just stop moaning about morale and get on with your job? I didn't know that CEOs were in this game. Don't be so harsh on him, Maroth. Mining ain't no holiday in the sun, you know. It's a hard graft. Dirty, dark, and dangerous. The lads have to have some way of letting off steam. I'll help that lad off let off some steam by cracking his skull open. That should get rid of all this hot air. Let's save that one as a last resort. I think I've got a better idea. Pains me to say it, but as things stand, we ain't getting our hands on 1,000 lumps of copper anytime soon. But if we could get the miners, oh my god, they are Blade Tribal. We should be, Jay Palmer. That's the idea. But if we could I'm sorry. Think about this for a second. So imagine if in real life you had to be like on the creative to destructive scale somewhere, right? CEOs would be really far on the destructive scale, like on the destructive side of things. Like think about how much they destroy and how little they create. Just think about it. Anyways, but if we could give the miners something to look forward to after a hard day's work, it might motivate them to work a bit harder. I know just the thing. The pub. Want to rebuild the pub? Yeah, game developers would be closer to this side. Exactly. The walls have fallen down and there ain't exactly much furniture left, but that's where Dad's pub used to be. First thing I want you to do is make a cocktail counter. Just plop down a shaker with a bar. You probably have to make it out of copper, but, you know. Okay. Hey, you. You're looking cheerful as always, young man. What business do you have with an old-timer like me? So you want to make a cocktail shaker for the pub, but you don't know how to do it. Oh, there's so much reading in this game. I'm sure you've already heard, but crafting's forbidden in these parts. I used to smith myself, but I doused my forge long ago. You see, the mine dried up and Crumbledun's glory days were over. In fact, it wasn't so long ago the children of Hargon seized control of the island. Their teaching seemed to take root in no time at all. Just about everybody here is a believer these days. That's a good question, Crazer. Would a bug tester, a QA person, be a creator or a destroyer? I'll ask Eva when she comes back. She actually did that for a while. Still, a blacksmith's fire never truly dies. As this is for Babs, I'll teach you what you need to know. I trust you'll keep our little arrangement secret. Before you can work with it, you have to turn raw copper into copper ingots in a forge. Oh, man. Remember when I used to make thousands and thousands of ingots over in the third island? You better start making yourself a forge, huh? Okay, sure. Like, I had rows of forges constantly smelting hundreds and hundreds of ore.
Yep.
It's pretty recent, Triaxia. That's the funny part. So you built your forge. Hargon won't be happy about that, but in for a gold coin, in for a gold bar, as they say. Time to get forging. Alright, let's make some copper ingots. I can only make the one, because I only got the one coal. Well, let's go grab some additional coal while we're waiting, shall we? Because that's going to be a minute. I didn't really like any of the Mass Effect books. They're not bad, I just didn't like them. And that's my extremely vague, off the top of my head, by memory, terrible opinion. Any questions? Now, if you want to talk about my really, really saucy Garrus and Shepard's fanfic, well... Oh, there it is. I know I saw another one. Oh, that's enough. We'll go and use a bomb here. Right. I forgot how this works. Yeah, like it or not, Kai Lang is better in the books, but I'm pretty sure that if my 3-year-old niece sat down right now to make a story about Kai Lang, it would still be better than Kai Lang is in the game. That's not a joke. Just clearing the way for later, don't mind me. Kai Lang does not have backstory in the game at all. He's a Cerberus agent who's a, cyborg. Probably has Reaper tech. They imply that part. They don't really actually say that out loud. And, yeah, I think that covers it. I mean, I used to be a hardware guy as part of my job, so I've always found hardware fascinating. I will admit I've fallen behind in hardware over the years. I'm not as familiar with it as I used to be. Dang it. That's true, Kai Lang has plot armor. The most powerful armor known to man. Okay, we should be done smelting by now. You made the copper ingots. Just like the children of Argon say, you builders are fearful creatures. Why, if I hadn't hung up my handle already, you'd have me out of a job. You're welcome. Just remember that metal you find in the mines is as good as useless unless you smelt it into an ingot. If you need more coal, you'll find it in the mine. You know, I'm not without my reservations, but I think Babs might be onto something with this idea of using the dens to pub to light a fire out of the miners' behinds. All right, runner. Did McGraw teach you how to work metal? Now you can get cracking on the cocktail shaker. Let's make sure you did it. No, it's pretty bad, Act. I can't believe I'm saying this, but dropping $1,000 on the graphics card that's in my computer right now turned out to be a really good decision because the graphics card market has kind of gone ever since those cards came out. Oops, wrong one. Oh, that's not the menu I should be looking at. Can flat armor be a good thing? That's a good question. I'm going to challenge chat. Can you think of a situation where plot armor can be a good thing? Thanks, Runner. That cocktail counter is just what we need to get these miners, and my dad, motivated. What the? I can't believe me mince pies. This is a cocktail counter? My pub. It's back! I wouldn't call this a pub, but, you know. Alright, lads. Digger jiggers on the house. That's right. Get your booze here. Get your booze here. I didn't mention me dad used to be landlord of this gaff, didn't I? The miners used to come here every night to let off steam, but they was always back down to the pit at the crack of dawn next morning. I was only a little girl back then, but I remember how happy they always looked. You could say him and the miners are my heroes. Now that you're here, I get the feeling we could rebuild the pub and turn this island back into the hive of activity it once was. I know it's a big favor to ask, but will you help me? Yeah. But thou must. Thank you so much. I knew you had a good heart. I just wish I had a few more miners, but where are we supposed to find any around here? No matter how Dougie and Digby work, there's only 2 of them. Any bright ideas? See, the problem is that's not really plot armor at that point, Walker. That's just immortality, right? Like, plot armor, Act points it out very clearly, plot armor is when the reason they live is a meta reason, not an in-universe reason. They live because they're the main character, not they live because X, Y, or Z. Like, Captain Jack over in Doctor Who. That's an example of someone who does not have plot armor. Because there's an in-universe reason and explanation for why he is the way he is, just to name one random example. Yeah, the main characters of Star Wars. What's funny is for a while there were in-universe explanations for why they would survive certain scenarios. How many of you remember the story about the random stormtrooper that saved Luke's life when they were fleeing from Mos Eisley? I actually kind of liked that story. It was a neat little subversive thing, and it was done from a stormtrooper's perspective, which was kind of cool in my opinion. But also, I liked the idea of the stormtrooper slowly just being like, oh my god. Because what happened over the course of the story was the stormtrooper got more and more disgusted by what he was being forced to do, especially after torching Owen and Beru. So when they get to the part where they're going to escape, the stormtrooper notices their captain is pulling a draw on Luke and is about to shoot him. So the stormtrooper shoots his captain, saves Luke's life, and gets away with it because in the heat of the battle, nobody noticed that he shot over here instead of shot over there, right? It was a neat little side story, and Honestly, that's one of the things I liked about the EU, is there was a lot of little short stories that helped to flesh out little moments like that. I, of course, have shared one of my personal favorites, which is the guy who saved everybody by delaying the Death Star firing. You remember that one, because I've talked about it all the time. So, all that's pretty cool stuff, but it's easy to screw that up, as, you know, some of the AU stuff can talk about nowadays. Because, holy crap. One moment, please. Anyways, there were others like that too. And not all of them made the stories better, to be completely honest. Remember the guy who really wanted to drink Han Solo's soup? Because I do. No, I didn't misspeak. He wanted to drink Han Solo's soup. Now, to explain that, it's slightly less gross than what you're thinking. Because what he's referring to is his brain juices. Congrats, we've reached level 1.
Yay! Yay!
Yeah, you liked farmers in the last level? Well, we're gonna get a whole bunch of muscle-bound men in this level.
Yep.
We can make a bunch of stuff. What the bleeding nor was that sound? I ain't heard anything like it. It worked. It worked. We found ourselves new miners. I remember the last time I felt this way. I have this uncontrollable urge to make. Get you, Runner. We invented flagons, barrels, bottles, all the stuff for the pub. Yes, yes. We've been here 5 minutes and already you're inventing new stuff. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're getting into this. Cool, you builders are something else. I ain't felt this full of beans since breakfast. Seeing as you brought him here, you best say hello to our new arrivals. Go on, give him a crumble done welcome. Watcher! We heard the sound of the bell, was coming over to see the commotion. But we are followers of Argon. We will never turn against Argon. Oh my god, it's you, Babs. We thought last we knew you, you were a kid. But that's heresy against Argon. But we really like building. We want to go back to building. I love how they just talk themselves into it in seconds, every single time. I mean, he called them stormtroopers because Nazis act. Direct allegory. The original version of the Galactic Empire, the one in which Palpatine was a powerless bureaucrat who was being controlled by the military, was a direct Nazi Germany parallel. So, that's why they're called stormtroopers. Would I call them something else? Probably, but at the same time, I've got to be real. When I think stormtrooper, I think the Star Wars thing. I don't think the Germany thing. So, like, I think Star Wars has overtaken Nazi Germany, and I'm okay with that. Yeah, exactly, J. Palmer. Palpatine was originally a powerless and just kind of helpless bureaucrat who was being propped up by the actual people in control, and he was not the other Force user. There was supposed to be another Force user who was eventually merged into Palpatine when they did the restructuring around Empire. Hello, Babs. Hello, Builder. You find way to get metal for me. Yeah, we got something really important. Let me know if I miss anything, okay? So we think there's way more metal, but we need a motorbike, so we gotta build a pub. That way means you digging, so we need your powers back. But when that happens, the Gold Age will return. Any questions? Very clever. Very pretty. Me like you very much. Me total pervert. Gold very deep, very little gold. Need copper. Become copper golem. You heard the man, runner. We need to get mining, which means we need to build a pub. Okay. I mean, that's not exactly the first thing Nazi Germany ruined. The swastika is probably one of the more infamous examples thereof. It's like, hey, here's this religious symbol. Cool, let's make it to mean one of the most evil things in recent human history. Okay, can we keep using it? No, because everyone's going to think you mean Nazis from now on. Okay. Question. Brilliant. With a pub like this as our local, we can unwind after a hard day and get back in the mines, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed every morning, ready to dig up even more metal. Hang about, Digby. That's easy for you to say, but you ain't seen the damage the children of Argon have done down there. The place is in a right state. We can get some serious repair work before we can hang about with our picks to pick more holes. Big coincidence. Me have favor to ask. Same as your favors. Not copying. Honest. First favor, fix tunnels. Second favor, build bar. So, first things first. I gotta give this manor a makeover and get my pub serving again. Yeah, I'll make it a good one, will ya? With games and waiters and dancing girls dressed up in cottontail costumes like the good old days. If we had a fancy gaff like that to be rolled into the shift, I'd be motivated like nobody's business. If it helped that much, I don't mind being a dancing girl. Cool, blimey. You ain't pulling me leg, are you? Well, you are literally the only female in town. Truth is, me mum used to be a dancing girl. Seems right I follow in her footsteps. Is that right? Go on then, Babs. Get the fishnets on for the old mole's sake. Nah. Look, lads, I know your game. If I get all dressed up in fancy dancing clobber, you're just going to sit around staring at me when there's work to be done. Tell you what, once you've got the pub up and running again, I'll think about it. Get in. Oh, Babs, you made me a very happy miner. Bar-built, pretty lady look even prettier. Must-build pub. Get a grip, Goldie Rocks. We got enough boneheads around here without you turning into one, too. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Malroth. So let's just get this out of the way. One of the primary motivating factors of the plot of this chapter is getting to see this woman in a fishnet and a leotard and bunny ears. Not for us, but for all of them. In fact, there's only two people here who are not motivated to see her in such a state. The old man and her father. I get that it's Japanese, and I get that it's kind of the joke. And I would have been okay with it if they hit that note once. Maybe twice. But it's one of the primary plots of the entire chapter. They're going to be hitting this point over and over and over again. And that's the problem. The fact that it becomes the joke, the primary motivation of the entire chapter is just... Really? Really? This is where we're going with this. And that's my complaint. Those are the negatives I've already mentioned. We got something to live for now. Rebuilding the old copper bar. Core, I can't wait to see the old place booming. Even bigger and brighter than it was before. I think so, Von Falkenstein. I know the boys will be fired up as I am. Sooner or later, the metal's going to come pouring out of that pit, which is why I need you to do me a favor. As you know, typical miner gets up at the crack of dawn and spends all day digging. Evenings are for stress relief, spent at the pub. So, we need to gather together in the middle of town to announce what we've dug. That's where you come in. We need a place to turn in our finds, deliver a daily report, an accumulation station for the excavation declaration. Rolls right off the tongue. Back in the old gold rush days, we used to do it over where Goldie Rocks is sitting. We can't go chucking our precious metals on the ground. We need a chest. Okay. I can make that happen. Probably Blade Jamal. I mean, the rest of this chapter is still legit. It's just, it's this weird irritation spot in the middle of it, you know? It's like, really? Really? Did you have to go that route with it? Because of Japan, Gum Gum. That's some top-notch chest placement. The accumulation station's exactly as I remember it. Now we're ready to get mining again. Let me go over the nuts and bolts of the job one last time. As our star builder, you're in charge of fixing broken beams, removing rubble, making the place safe. Once you've shored up a section, Dougie will lead them the lads and put them to work. Then every evening, we turn up the day's haul, read out the accumulation declaration, and give the copper over to Goldie Rocks. Of course, it'll stick in our craws to give our odd-learned loot away like that, but once Goldie Rocks is back to full strength, and the mine is bursting with gold again, we'll be rolling in it. Yeah, that's called investment. The declaration takes place every day as soon as the sun goes down. Always ring a bell nice and loud. Everyone can hear. Down at the mines, you lose all track of time, but if you keep an ear out for the daily report, you'll know when it's time to head up top. Cool. Time's of the essence. Take them down. Build stuff, fix stuff, make stuff, do stuff. I'll do anything to see the bar rebuilt and Babs happy, even if it means facing up my crippling monstrophobia. Lovely jubbly. Now that we've got our rolls sorted, get out there. You never heard of flex time? I reckon you'd be good at it. Runner, not so much. Excuse me? You need a bit more meat on your bones if you want to join the peck party. No, I'm good. This is actually pretty fun. Am I doing it right? Alright, Runner, your turn. Put your tiddly triceps to work.
Yep.
Oh, blimey. Look at the biceps on him. I hereby proclaim you a bony fighty crumble donut.
Yep.
This is my life now. Runner, you're heading back down to the mine, ain't you? Yeah, take this. It's nothing special, but I made it just for you in case you get peckish. Shroom on a stick. I mean, think about the Hulk, and then think about Venom, and tell me the difference between those two, Zactaft. Besides, Venom's power set isn't his strength, any more than it is Spider-Man's. Venom's power set is his mobility, his agility, and his webs, just like Spider-Man. That's why he's not a heavy. It's not only is can he not hang with the actual heavies, but he doesn't have the moveset of a heavy. Diana, that's a heavy, ironically. Soups, heavy. Bats, not a heavy. Little mole, not a heavy. My capacity for destruction has increased. Funny. I mean, ultimately, Carnage is still just Spider-Man again. So, yeah, no, that's still not a heavy. Really, game?
Yep.
Captain Marvel is a heavy. In fact, she's a... what do you call that? She's a hammer. She's a blunt instrument. That's her shtick. I actually talked about that in the MCU extensively. No, right, prisoners. What's that crate doing on the rail tracks? Well, that old thing? There's a minecart. Use them to ride along the rails. Looks like we'd reach one of the loading stations. If we could mend the tracks and connect the station, we'd have a convenient little transport route. Believe it or not, Gum Gum, no, I'm not really into using skulls as a motif. I don't know, it's kind of strange. Oi, runner, got a job for you. You saw the track running through the tunnel, right? Well, it looks like this is our last stop on the line. If you fixed up on the track and make it hauling diggers back, I'll roll easier. You don't expect us to carry it all home in our pockets, do you? You need to lay a piece of track wherever there's a section missing or the minecarts will grind to a halt. Okay. Here's a bunch of track. Thanks. As good as it be hot, I'll give you the track you need. It's kind of far back to the base, though. Tell you what, just do that to the first stop sign for now. Think you can handle it? Yeah, sure. Let me just blow up the track. No, why would you do that? That would be funny if it worked that way. If it just blew it up, rather than, you know, harvested it. Actually, I suppose I should do that. No, I don't need to. Of course not Act, of course. Yep, I've got a report. Act is evil. Uh-huh. Yep, nope, confirmed. Really? Act, you just got a job offer at Apple? I don't know if you want to take that, but I hear they pay well.
Yep. Yep.
Oh yeah, full benefits. Full benefits. I suppose there's nothing inherently wrong with using skulls as a symbol. Well, actually, I'm going to take that back. There is something inherently wrong with using skulls as a symbol, but there might not be anything complexly wrong with using skulls as a symbol. Yep, you can make a stop sign, and every time a minecart passes a station, it'll stop. I'm sorry, but skulls pretty universally mean the same thing and have for most of human history. Death. I mean, look up what the universal symbol for poison is someday. You know? But no, I wouldn't use skulls. I mean, Skull Castle is kind of a thing for Dr. Wily, but let's be honest, Dr. Wily is, like, not evil, and doing it kind of cartoonishly and jokingly. Like, that's not what a skull looks like, and I'm okay with that, you know what I mean? I've actually seen... Oh, hello. I've actually seen a drawing of a skull castle done as if it was realistic. Let me tell you, that is horrifying looking. And I'm a big fan of Skull Castle's designs, and I was just like, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm gonna walk away from that immediately. God, I can't remember where it is. I know there's another one. I can't remember where it is. And I keep falling, because I'm terrible. Crossbones without the skull? I mean, at that point, you're just using the bones. What the hell do bones imply? I mean, if Dr. Wily was actually evil, let's be very honest with ourselves, he'd probably win. He knows where Dr. Light is. Dr. Light isn't exactly hiding. And Brock, his main defense, is out and about for long periods of time. And Dr. Wily is, for all his flaws, a genius, especially with regards to robotics. So if he wanted to... Oh, I see what happened. If he wanted to, for example, kill Dr. Light, he probably could. And Rock's neat and all, but Rock without Dr. Light, that's not going to work out very well. I guess that's it. The most evil being in all of fiction. The deities in Divinity Original Sin 2. What did they do? I can't tell you without spoiling, so I won't. But, yeah. Ah, thank you, Alex Silva. I knew there were more on the tracks, I just didn't find them, because I'm stupid. Yeah, even, I mean, I guess it's not really spoiling to call deities in a fictional setting evil, but apologies for even mentioning that, because that is still technically a spoiler. It's just, it's a spoiler nobody's going to be surprised by, right? Oh my god, the deities in a work of fiction are evil. Who could have ever perceived this happening? There it is. I know there's one over here somewhere. So, which would I prefer an ending to more? Classic Mega Man or Mega Man X? I suppose classic would be my answer to that. Especially since Mega Man X was very strange. Did get an ending. Why, actually? Why does that keep happening? Are you seeing that? For all intents and purposes, Rock and X are different people. Now, having said that, I'm not what you'd call 100% sure of that, but yes. It's not helped by the fact that they call him Mega Man X, which just confuses things. Or the fact that in later Mega Man works, they started coming up with the title of Mega Man, which lots of people have. Like, literally dozens of Mega Mans running around. And it's like, guys... I get the logic, you know, ancient hero turns into a title, yada yada yada. I get it, I get it. It's just, come on. But yes, Rock and X are different people. Although a common fan theory, and it is a fan theory, has been that Rock was upgraded into X. With no memories, of course. Because, you know, amnesia's awesome. Yeah, I never liked that theory either. No! No! It's the song. It's the song. It's okay, we're not in town, right? But yeah, as is, the way the canon works is Mega Man exists, and then the X series starts, and then X kind of goes a little bit crazy, and then the Elf Wars start, and then the Apocalypse happens, the third one, and then the Z series starts, and then that Apocalypse happens, and then the ZX series starts. X to Z to ZX is actually a fairly cohesive line. Classic doesn't really end, and never has. What am I doing? Right, I know what I'm doing. Full android. There's no biological parts in any of the Mega Mans. Well, until we get to the ZX series. But like I said, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Speaking of which, let's just get rid of this music. I mean, not really, Blade Jabal. No. Even despite the fact that ZX clearly references Legends. The fact that Legends is set literally millennia in the future is just eyebrow-raising at best. Yeah, I'd say so, J. Palmer. Not, you know, at civilization as we know it, but do I think people would survive? Yeah. Ask for it. I don't need it right now. It'll be there when I get back. Well, yeah, no, it depends on the size. Okay, I know there's more tracks somewhere. I'm apparently just completely blind. Hey, Brigwin. Do you know how long it's going to be before you get results back? Okay, okay. That's what we're doing. Check over here. Nope, not over here either. Where the hell? I have got to be blind. I know there's another thing of tracks in here. Like, I know there is. There has to be. We literally don't even have the recipe to make our own yet. So we have to have the ones that we harvest. There they are. Jesus Christ. Give me a headache here. I actually do have a pretty bad headache right now, which is not helping anything. So anyways. I would say on that list, Sora. Gum Gum. Listen, Andy. I've got bombs. That means I gots to use them. I really need to find my copy of Dragon Quest Builders 2. Or just buy it again. I really want to show you my island. I really, really do. I know, that's selfish and stupid, but damn it. I might spend my entire lunch break looking for my frickin' copy of the game at this point. Nice one. Our lives will do a whole lot easier now we can cart back to the loading station. A minecart will run wherever there's a stretch of track. Riding the rails ain't half fun. It's quicker than walking, too. Well, then, how about you and me and Maro take the maiden voyage on our new track? Hold on, there's 3 of us, but only 1 minecart. You don't expect us to cram in there together, do you? Don't get your knickers in a twist, Maro. If Runner makes a wooden minecart for each of us and whacks them side by side, we can ride them together. What do you say? Okay. And yes, we're playing on PC. Whee! Like, the mouse movement alone should give it away. Now we can play carts and tracks and stop signs. What emulator am I using? It's a PC game, Act. So, Steam. In fact, I'm pretty sure this game is cheaper on Steam right now than it is on Switch. In fact, I can double check that. Yeah, let's check. Because on Switch right now it's $50. I checked earlier. On Steam it is $25. No, it's fine. I mean, I thought it was on the Switch, but I think it wasn't even Switch exclusive then. Because I think it came out on Switch, Xbox, and PS4 at the same time. I've thought about it a lot, yes, Yura. It's never going to happen, because I don't have that kind of money, but it is something I've thought about a lot. And even if I won the lottery, I probably wouldn't do it, because, you know, there's still a lot of threat and danger involved in doing so. Listen, they were in the way, J. Palmer. And now they're not. Goo-wee. Are you goomans? It's been a long slime since I last saw one of you. I'm happy you came to greet me, but not all monsters down here are friendly, you know. Some are really dangerous. Night slime is the worst. That's when the hoodlums come out. If you see a blue cow and enormous muscles, you best steer clear. The sun doesn't shine down here in the tunnel, so it's squeezy peasy to forget when it's bed slime. But if you see a hoodlum, that could be a slooper certain the sun's going down. That's how you know it's slime to go back home before they splat you. Sure, Act. When you say invested in, do you mean put money into, or do you mean, like, companies I would care about? Or companies I would, you know, buy? Okay, so just plain old boring stocks. Apparently, I have lost my login for my Fidelity account, so... I don't know off the top of my head. It's companies you've never heard of, which is why I'm hesitating to just answer the question. No. That's another thing. Once you win the lottery, you can afford to pay people to make money for you. Not sure I would recommend that personally, but it is something you could do. Excuse me. Very rude. I'm just gonna start leaving those piles there. I don't care. I don't care. I'll take his meat, though. Where was he hiding that meat? 3 gaming companies I would invest in. Microsoft. That's it. Microsoft is actually a pretty safe investment in general. What game companies would I absolutely not want to invest in? Not that you can, but Tencent would come to mind immediately. I would not invest in 2K games. I would not invest in Warner Gaming or whatever. I can't even remember the name of the damn studio, but the Warner Brothers one. I would probably not invest in Sony, but I'm also not 100% sure how that would work, because Sony is a Japanese-based company. You notice I also didn't mention Nintendo. Because investing in international companies is a little bit different. Thanks for solving that. I thought I was going to have a heart attack there. I've got to say, you ain't bleeding strong for a skinny gazer. Or would you look at the state of this place? Argon's monstery mates must have been using his little air. Filthy buggers. They've messed up this gaff good and proper. Can't believe they treat such terrific tunnels with such disrespect. It's unforgivable. If me monstrophobia hadn't turned me into such a blinking coward, I'd get me own back in the black sites, no mistake. Rockstar is under 2K, correct. And 2K is the second worst gaming company out there, so screw them. Let's see here. I recognize this place. Used to be one of the main excavation sites back in the day. Definitely metal to be mined once we got a few more miners on board. Let's head up. Give Digby a status update. This is a teleporter thing. In case you didn't know that. Actually, Take-Two and 2K are the same company. Gum Gum. Or, more accurately, one is the company of the other. Might be a better way to phrase that. I usually say 2K games because it's easier to recognize. But I'll be honest, I don't remember which one's actually on top of the two. How many times the sun has set since I arrived on Crumbledon, I cannot say, but at some indeterminate point, this place became my home. The locals have a peculiar dress, and even more peculiar fascination with their own muscles, but even so, they have welcomed me as one would a long-lost brother. They live simple lives, hunting bunicorns, foraging mushrooms or prickly peaches. Little do they know what wonders sleep beneath their feet. Labyrinthine tunnels filled with ancient treasures and the most marvelous of metals. I must confess there is certain something whose construction I have long intended to see to fruition. Should my plan succeed, this simple Spartan society may soon be transformed into one of bustling abundance, where the locals can finally put their mighty muscles to use. In this world that knows not the power of creation, I can but pray that my small effort, the people may be able to see the joy of building once more. These just all here. Thank you, Walker. Thank you very, very much. Ooh. Let me go ahead and jot that down really quick. Give me a moment. I know, right, Crazy Norse? Okay. Whoop, I went to the wrong place. Nice one. You've done a stellar job opening the tunnels again. Put in a proper shift. Navigate the old excavation station, the metal's sure to come pouring in. I got high hopes for the next evening's report. Oh, you know who I would not invest in? Sorry, you were asking the worst ones, right? I mentioned 2K games, and I mentioned the other one. You know who I really wouldn't invest in? Embracer Group. Embracer Group have absolutely no idea what they're doing. I've got a bone to pick with you, Runner. Babs gave you something before you packed off down to Pit, didn't she? Some kind of heartfelt, home-cooked andabout? Who's Embracer Group? I just want you to know that makes my day. That you don't know who they are. Legitimately makes my day. Do me a favor, look up how many studios Embracer Group owns right now. What's all that about, then? I'll tell you right inside of Sunny Jim, I ain't giving up without a fight. From now on, you and me are rivals for Bab's affection. Stop right there, Digby. If anyone's deserving of Bab's affections, it's me! Don't even think about trying to wheedle your way into her good books. You're all full of it. That lass has looked up to me since she was a babbling baby. There's only one fella in Babs' eyes. McGrog, mighty master of metalworking. You're all wrong, Babs' angel, pretty angel. Me like angel best. No, they're not like Tencent, because Tencent are smart evil. Embracer Group are morons who have no idea what they're doing. Malroth. I don't know what the heck you idiots are complaining about, but this place would be nothing without me and Runner. You all belong to us, the dancing girl-to-be included. Boy, like completing animals. You're talking about me daughter here. Be pride and joy when it comes to Babs. What I say goes, and you can all get right out of it. I ain't having it no more. Call me rivals now, every single one of you. I can let you bleeders beat me, no blinking chance. Cool. Let's continue fighting over her like she's a slab of meat, shall we? Hello, Rana. How things are going swimmingly down in the mine. That's bleeding marvelous. 138 now. Wow. Yeah, Embracer Group is what you get when you have a bunch of morons who have no idea what they're doing, who have more money than sense. Let's make sure you give the copper bar a bit of attention, Alien. Don't forget how important it is to the miner's mentality. If we had some silver sets, oh, that'd be cool. We just put a flagon on top of a table and then a stool. Okay. Yeah, they own a bunch. Embracer Group is literally, hey, we're an investor group. Let's buy studios. And let's greenlight everything. And, oh, we're having financial issues because we're morons and no idea what we're doing. Darn. And that's Embracer Group in a nutshell. The only reason I would invest in them is if I was trying to remove money from the economy. Which, admittedly, is a valid thing to do, but there's better ways to remove money from the economy than that. Let's just top off really quick here. Okay. Just flood the market with gold. There you go. Flonk. Oh my god, why? Yeah, we could literally burn money. We could make a party out of it. It'll be cool. It'll be cool. Of course. I don't know why I did that. I was already full on food, and I was just like, oh, I finished cooking something. Just like in real life. Yeah, everything you do improves the rate of collection. It's kind of a neat system. We are going to finish the bar, of course. Top 3 capable companies I would not invest in. I mean, not that I can, but Tencent. They're quite capable at what they do. I hate this song so goddamn much. Well, I'm not going to read all these out loud. Cable companies. Aren't there only like 3 at this point in time? Capcom runs into that Japanese company problem again. Like, you can invest into companies in other countries. Obviously, foreign investments is an entire market for a reason. It's just there's another layer involved in that, which is why I'm just kind of like, eh. Yes, Act. We need to have more power in the hands of rich people. I need to make these stupid walls. Copper walls, of course, that's why. Yeah, so... I'll mention something about this more later when it's a little more relevant, but I was originally going to build in a very specific spot. I also thought about making a completely underground city here, which I decided not to do as well. Listen, it's fine. The guilds... Oh my god, really? Fine. All you need is a controlling interest in Capcom, which, generally speaking, is only like 3 or 5% on average. So just be like, alright, listen. You're going to start making Mega Man games. What? Yeah, you're going to start making Mega Man games. I want all the Mega Man games. I want my Mega Man XCOM. I want my Mega Man 4X. I want my Mega Man game. I want my Mega Man first-person shooter. Give me my freaking Mega Man. Smack. And then they all suck and everyone hates Mega Man, and I've torpedoed Capcom forever. Mission accomplished. I'm literally just waiting for copper to smelt. I guess I can go to bed. But also get rid of this damn music. Oh yeah, we need that Mega Man MMO again. Obs. You know what? Actually, okay, joking aside, a Mega Man builder sounds pretty cool. In fact, I can think of 2 Mega Man builders that sound pretty cool. So first of all, like a Mega Man, you know, level builder like there already exists. Then like something like this. Something in this style and approach. Yeah, funny fact, I actually built a Mega Man DNP rule set, which I still have lying around somewhere. No, Gum Gum. I mean, you could say it's because of the fact that nobody's really championing Mega Man. And that's a valid statement, but that's it, you know? That's strange. There's chests with copper? What? I think you lied to me. I'm gonna need your pinky, Crazy Horse. Oh, is that the... Is it double? It is double. My bad. Whoops. Too far. I mean, I like sand. It's coarse, it's irritating, and it gets everywhere. Like, what more do you want, really? Yeah, no, so... What you're talking about is the fact that an executive who likes to take credit for Mega Man decided to leave the company, and in the doing so, he was no longer lobbying for Mega Man to be made. Let me explain this very briefly for those who don't get this. So you might think that someone somewhere in a corporation where they build stuff, whether it's shows, games, or movies, or books, they sit down and they think, all right, what's the next best thing we should make to maximize creativity and figure out what the people want right now and to make some money off of it. And you're extremely wrong. What happens is that executives like to have portfolios. That's my word. That's not what it's literally called. And that portfolio is all of their minions, the franchises that they consider theirs. It's not literally theirs. They don't literally have ownership over it, but they're the ones who go to bat for it, and they reap the benefits when it does well. Make sense? Rick Berman for Star Trek is a perfect example of this. In fact, several people have fought over Star Trek over the years in order to claim Star Trek as part of their portfolio. I'm using portfolio like the D&D sense. The deities. Anyways, so, I can't remember his damn name. Inafune, I want to say, was like, Mega Man is mine, even though he didn't invent Mega Man and has barely done anything for Mega Man over the years. In fact, all he really did was a few art designs, but he was the executive who claimed Mega Man and then fought for that because that's what executives do when it comes to these kind of companies. They fight over their properties because there's limited budget and they need to encourage and convince the board, the actual executives in charge, in order to give their projects funding, right? That's their job, essentially. So, Inafune left Capcom, which means now there's no executive in the internecine struggle area who is saying, we need to make more Mega Man. So until another executive comes along and starts going to bat for Mega Man again, that's why we don't have any Mega Man. And that's the reason. That's how that works. That's true for pretty much anything. Like, not even just in the entertainment industry. That's true for, just, you know, life. Like, if you're working at a software company that just makes spreadsheets, there will be managers who will be fighting over each other for the right to get their spreadsheet worked on and get budget and time and allocation for their spreadsheet instead of other people's spreadsheet. That's how that is. Whether that's good, bad, or in between, that's not something I'm willing to talk about. Oh god, Shadow Machine, that's actually horrifying. What am I doing? Did I ever make those? I did, but I don't remember where they go. Looks like one goes over here. I agree, Raven King. Each island is kind of its own self-contained story, but it's that way in a good way, in my opinion. I feel like that's why. A little building, just a spat of building. Okay. And yeah, the first field, first area had the farming and gathering mechanic. You notice we cannot farm here at all. So that's not even a mechanic here. If you want food, you have to go out and hunt the bunnies or the cacti. Which, speaking of which, I need to be remembering to do this. Now here, we have the miners, and the more we do to set up the place, the more lucrative their returns are. And every time they come back, they dump, like, God, like 3 or 4 chunks, 3 times, 4 times, 10 times. They dump a lot of ore on the plot, which is Goldie Rocks, and then we get a portion of it. So we're just kind of generating ore every day simply by virtue of building up the thing, which is a great mechanic, and honestly, I should be writing all this down. We'll put this here. How do you spell this place? There it is. Have fun with it, J. Palmer. The NES is an interesting beast to work with. I'm not trying to discourage you, just that console is a thing. I'm probably going to do exactly that, Crazy North. Whoops. Although I'm not sure they have all enough. Maybe. I actually studied the NES for a while there. I don't know as much about it now anymore because I only really studied it the one time and never went back to it. But let's just say the way that they jury-rigged it in order to make some of those games work is absolutely fascinating. Of course. One of my favorite little tidbits is actually from Mario Bros. 3 specifically, where they essentially tricked the game into allowing it to do a diagonal, even though nothing about the NES supports the very concept of diagonals. Let's do the far corner now. Let's see this little Nook dealt with. Get that irritation out of the way. Yeah, we're actually doing pretty decent on the bar, considering how early we are. Let's go with these. No, not about hitbox or hurtboxes. I'm talking about the scrolling, J. Palmer. That honestly sounds impressive and disbelieving. I'm not saying you're lying or nothing, but I think you're lying to me. Now we're playing Doom. Oh, sorry. Oops. Wrong button. I'll be honest, I'll probably never actually get to develop a game. What's more likely to happen in my future, because I know a decent amount about game design, but not actual game programming. So what's more likely in my future is I can design a game, and then I'll hire other people to actually make the damn thing for me. And since I can actually do things like manage and money, that'll probably be my actual job. Okay. Well, not just ideas. Like, when I say game design, I'm not speaking facetiously. Flowcharts, right? How... The way I was taught, which is admittedly like 20 years ago at this point, is we had this big old whiteboard, and you'd map out the exact chaining of how events and triggers would interact with each other in order to make the overall program work, right? I can do that. I can map out, okay, you need to talk to this person, this needs to be designed this way, we need this to be leveled at this point. I can do balancing, I can do polishing passes, I can do a whole lot of aspects of game design. What I cannot do is sit down and type out the actual code. I don't have the grammar or the vocabulary to actually code. Exactly. I could plan out the code, can't actually write it. That's someone else's job. Lexicon, that's another good word. I don't have the lexicon. I wouldn't even know where to start. It's been too long. The last time I actually knew lexicon for code, well, was actually Perl, I want to say, but C++. RPG Maker kind of turbo sucked, Crazy Norse. And the reason I know that is because I've actually used RPG Maker before. Okay, so... What's my quest right now? I've actually fallen off on that. What do you want me to do? Oh, yeah, the simple... So, Flagons, that's what I'm missing. Flagons. I'm gonna get one of these over here. I mean, honestly, if I was going to use something, I'd probably use either this thing I can't think of the name of. Give me a sec, I'll tell you what it's called. Because I was looking into it semi-recently. I would either use Godot, or I'd use Unreal. One of the two. The recent Unreal. Ah, that's the issue I'm having. Yeah, but now we have unlocked that. You'll notice I don't even... Oh, no, excuse me. I do have 2 pricklies. Which is still not enough. No, I think that would turn me into an abomination first, all Gum Gum.
Yep.
I mean, programming is interesting to learn in general. I don't regret learning programming, even if I never learned the syntax or the libraries, because it's a nice problem-solving thing. And I think that more people could learn how to problem-solve in their everyday lives, you know? Even just for little things, like how to rearrange the fridge, or what to cook for a particular day, or how to manage your finances this month, right?
Yep.
A lot of life boils down to problem-solving.
Yep. Yep.
Now we're playing Doom again. Actually, while we're here. Just for fun. Just for fun. Really quick, really quick. This works weirdly well. No! Yeah, this is just what's going through Malroth's head, exactly. I know what we should do. Just really quick, just really quick. I mean, tell me it doesn't fit. Tell me it doesn't fit. Okay. There we go. It wasn't pausing for some reason. Sam Fisher or Solid Snake? I mean, Snake. First of all, of course Snake would win. Second of all, of course Snake would win. Any questions? I guess we'll turn back on the death music. Yeah, exactly, Gum Gum. Also, Sam Fisher's mission in Ghost Recon Wildlands sucks. Thing. God dang it. Because his missions suck, Zactaft. I've done them twice, and both times they've sucked. The third time we plan to play through the game, we've actually told the person we're playing, we're not doing that quest again. Imagine for a moment playing through a lengthy, extensive, well-entrenched stealth mission where if you get detected at any point in time for any reason, you instantly fail the mission, and you have to go through the entire quest from the very beginning all over again. It's just awful. Okay, let's make some stuff. Oh, of course. Make some more stuff. We're just going with basic stuff. We already built in the last island. We're not building again. We're just going with the basic. What's that, Jake Palmer? They get a dirt house. Do I not? Oh my god. Good morning, Evo. Are you ready for cringe? Because I'm ready for cringe. So this is a miners camp, and we're helping to build up the miners. And it's great, and it's awesome. You see that one woman there? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5 more. So that's the only woman in town. I could stop there, honestly, but let's just make like whatever. Pretty much every miner in town, except for her dad, really, really wants to see her in a bunny girl outfit. Yep. Now that's not being facetious. That's literal truth. Whoops. Yep, they need their motivation, which means they want a dancing girl. That's what that is. Now, I know you disagree with me on this, Evo, and that's totally fine. I would have actually been okay, really, if that was a one-off joke. If it's like, okay, fine, ha ha ha, we want her to dance around, cool. Because her actual story is fine. It has to do with her trying to get the motivation of the town going, following in the footsteps of her mother, because her mother was a dancer back in the day. Okay. No problems. The problem isn't her. And there's 6. But I don't want to overemphasize this, it just irritates me. It's the negative for this chapter. But that's not what I wanted to ask you. So, was it something about QA testing? We were talking about QA testing, and I was going to ask her, because she's done QA testing work. I don't remember what it was. I need the cables first, don't I? Yeah, keg counters. Why do I not have keg counters? Do I have keg counters? I do not. Yeah, help me out. What were we talking about with regards to QA testing? What am I missing? Okay. My bar's looking more and more like its old self. Once this gas finished, the miners will be able to devote themselves to digging during the day, safe in the knowledge they can come here at night and dump their stresses at the door. Oh, right. Okay, so in this setting, there's destruction, there's creation, and there's a nice big gradient in between them, right? So we know that CEOs are very destructive and game developers are very creative. Where's a game tester, like a QA tester, on this gradient? People flocked here from far and wide, hoping to strike it lucky in the mines and walk away millionaires. Plenty did, till the digging dried up. The miners turned into monsters, fighting tooth and claw over every last speck of metal. That's when the children of Hargon showed up. They said the only way to stop the scrapping was to close down the mines for good. They had a point, you know. But while the bitter fighting might have stopped, the moment the tunnels were sealed off was the moment our dreams died. Tell you the truth, I'm still on the fence about going against them, but you've shown me that building ain't bad. In fact, it's bleeding brilliant. I believe in you, Runner. Let's get this island up and running again. You see, I was thinking, obviously it's in the gradient for a game tester. Unlike, say, a CEO who is universally destructive and produces nothing, a game tester is still producing something, right? You're producing the results. You're producing the bugs and the reports that need to then be fixed. The pub's coming along nicely, and the mine's looking more and more... Look at the Reaper. He is poised to strike. Right there. The pub's coming along nicely, and the mine's looking more and more like a proper working pit. But the more tunnels you open, the more workers you need to fill them. It's about time you rang the bell again. Oh yeah, we need to do that. We're just gonna go to... okay, we're cool, we're cool. We're cool. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. I need 2 barrels. See, I missed my calling in life. I should have just been a bug tester, because I find them whether I want to or not. Whoops. Don't call me bug runner for nothing. Let me move! How's it going, Ronna? I've been watching you building and whatnot, and I gotta say, you work pretty hard for someone so puny. Now we got more miners living here, we need a few more facilities, starting with a proper place to rest our aching muscles after a day down in the pit. Talking about a dormitory, so we need an inn sign and 3 pots. Okay, inn and 3 pots. A speedrunner? I would say a speedrunner is more on the creative than the destructive, but still definitely in the middle there. Now, you're probably thinking, but they break the game all the time. First of all, not necessarily. That varies. Second, and arguably more importantly, there's a subcategory of speedrunner which most people don't even know exists, which is essentially exploit finder. I don't think it has a proper formal term. It's people who don't actually do speedrunning, but what they do is they constantly find speedrunning tricks for speedrunners, right? If you've seen any speedrunner ever, you've probably seen them at least mention, and this trick was found by such and such, or we call this the such and such trick because such and such found it, you know, something like that. There's a lot of people who do that kind of thing, who just actively go out of the ways to break games, and then they mention it on the forums, or they mention it in the Discord, and then the speedrunners take that and run with it. Those people would be much more destructive. Exactly, J. Palmer. Or maybe finding a way to wrong warp, or maybe finding a way to skip cutscenes, or skip triggers, or sequence break, or whatever. Some of those people are also speedrunners, but actually most of them are not, and I don't think so. Okay. No, I can't make towels yet. Sadness. Listen, Evo. Clearly, speed breakers. Actually, I like that. Clearly, the CEO is the one who salvaged that company from total destruction. Oh, it needs to be on the inside, right? I always forget that. There we go. Dormitory made. Do I ever speedrun anything? Oh yeah, all the time. Usually stuff like Mega Man, Metroid, Final Fantasy VI, more Mega Man, more Mega Man. What's got Indie Goldenrocks? Runner ain't your type? Pretty lady not belong to you. Pretty lady belong to me! For crying out loud. You give a guy a copper bounce and he gets ideas in it. You gotta hand to him, though. Never misses a chance to give his 2 nuggets wolf when Babs' name crops up. One-track mind, that fella. Alright then, game on. But if I was Babs, I'd have to pick between a half-baked build or a metal-headed moron or Digby. I know who I'd choose. Cool. If Dr. Doom was in the extant, the very first thing would happen is he would try anything ever and be hunted down and probably cessated because he is a disgustingly horrible person who deserves to die. I'm just gonna say that as bluntly as I can there. Like, that is someone who could not survive in that kind of a setting. Cessated. So you can kill someone, and then they die. But there's ways around that. Maybe they can come back, maybe they can undo it. You know, even by real-life medical standards, you can medically die and then come back from it. Under very specific circumstances. Cessation, you can't come back from cessation. That's why it's called that. You are cessated. You do not exist anymore. You're gone. I'll be right back. look, it's not my fault this is a good game, okay? Yeah. I mean, it kind of is. In fact, I'm going to pretend to be a typical CEO. I take full credit for how good this game is. With a builder like you on our side, I'm sure the glory days will return to Crumbledon soon enough. Believe we let the children of Hargon fool us for so long. Building, the root of all evil? What a load of nuts, nonsense, and terribleness. But you've shown us the light. You've shown us we don't have to spend our lives living in the Dark Ages. Speaking of darkness, you know what this town could do with? Some streetlights. It's far too gloomy after dark. We could really do with brightening the place up a bit. 10 sconces. Okay, I can do that. Listen, I know that you want to insult me horribly. But please don't compare me to that jackass. Looks like you're making decent progress. Still got a while going. We're still missing a signature dish, something that'll fill the miners' bellies after a long day of digging. I got an idea. Thanks. What I want is a room all of my own, which is why I didn't answer you, Evo. So I'll need a marsh room, a chest, 2 bonfires. Okay. I'm sorry, I am... Harry, hello? Nope. I am very... Honestly, just... I'm not a fan of Elon Musk. That's the absolute nicest way I could ever possibly put that. That's the nicest thing I could say about that. Hey, like my extremely nice base that I'm not even putting any effort into whatsoever? No decorations. We're done decoring. We have left the decor side of the force. Anyways, I'm not actually angry, to be very clear about that. It's just... that is the 3rd time today someone has compared me to that jackass, and I'm just like... am I that bad? Is that what it is? Is that just my life? Where did I miss some? Oh, here. There we go. Okay, I've got a little bit left, Fraser. So I'm like right there at his level. Right there at his level. What am I doing? I'm building a door. What am I doing? And here's doors means saloon, because that's what we got for doors now. Alright, I need to go grab a mushroom. Mushroom. It's okay, Evo. I know you secretly think I'm just Elon Musk in disguise. I'm about that ugly. Seriously, have you ever seen his face? That man is ugly. Like, I know I call myself ugly all the time, and stand by that. But that dude has issues. Like, he needs to spend some of that money on fixing himself. That's all I'm saying. I mean, at least Jeff Bezos doesn't look like a giant pile of, like, curdled milk that's been distended in a bag that's about to fall apart. Yeah, he literally looks unhealthy. I'm not actually being facetious or joking here. I could bash Elon Musk all day long. This is not bashing. The man is ugly. There's something wrong with it. I sure hope so, Humble Magnus. I like the Kid Icarus setting, and I think there's some potential there. But apparently nobody agrees with me because no executive has decided to go to bat for Kid Icarus, which I don't blame them for. Because they're all stupid. So I guess I do blame them for that. Never mind. I take my statement back. Okay, what am I missing here? You know the worst part of Elon Musk is? Visually. His skin. There's something wrong with his skin. Okay. A mushroom, it's just 2 bonfires. That's what I'm missing. Oh yeah, Zuckerberg, there's another man who just does not look right. Just, there's something wrong there. Yeah, I know we all secretly want a Tony Stark, you know, an attractive, intelligent, ultimately good billionaire, but no, in real life, they're all monsters. Also, like, in terms of their personality, but I mostly was speaking visually, because that's the stint we're on right now. Code versus robot. Honestly, that would be funny to watch. Not gonna lie. Is that not big enough? Oh my god, you're so picky. Okay, fine. How many of you saw the recent Puss in Boots movie? I actually don't remember his name. But the villain from the Puss in Boots movie, that's what I think of when I think of modern billionaires. Jack Horner, that's him. Yeah, very well acted, by the way. Very well written. But that man... Yeah. Hopefully this is big enough. Look, I got you a frickin' mushroom. What do you want from me? Look, I even transplanted a mushroom in here. Bill Gates is... Where do I start with Bill Gates? Oh, that's why. I put down the wrong damn item. That's why. Odd. I put down a cask instead of a chest. There we go. Now she has her own room. Yeah. Gates is... How do I put this? Gates was a typical cutthroat executive asshole. Let's just put it that way. Pretty much, I can't believe I'm saying this, but like normal level of problematic person. In his older age, he's actually been going way out of his way to improve his image. I don't know why. Maybe it's because he's gotten to be a better person as he's gotten older. Maybe it's because he's concerned about his image. Maybe it's because he wants to have his legacy. I don't know his reasoning. I don't have mind powers. But he has been putting a lot of time and effort and money in the last 20 years into trying to just make himself seem like not one of those guys. And that's Bill Gates in a nutshell. Is that my mushroom cookroom? It's lovely. You can almost smell the spores. This place will be perfect for tending me mushrooms and rustling up some recipes. Give me a bit longer, and I'm sure I could come up with an idea for the pub's dish. Whoops, hang on. Put this over here. There we go. Brother, hello, Nathan. You reckon I'm a thoughtful daughter for the way I'm always thinking about how to build up my dad's bar? Steve Jobs was an asshole. That is the nicest thing I could say about Steve Jobs. I got nothing, really. I just want to make a dish that'll give the lads the energy they need down in the mine. If anything, you're the thoughtful one, the way you've been stuck around to help us out. I suppose that fellow feeling of yours must have rubbed off on me. Well, it's high time I knuckled down and got to work on this recipe. You'll help me if I need it, right, brother? Yeah, Steve Jobs was a cult leader. I don't care if he didn't legally define himself as a cult. He was a freaking cult leader. God, Steve Jobs pisses me off. I'm going to stop talking about him, actually, if that's okay with you. What's really... I shouldn't say that out loud. Let me just say that I know people who said that Apple was only good when Steve Jobs was still around, and I think I'll just leave that at that. Do I have any... I do not, but I got tons of clodstone. Hey, Mr. Red. How did it go? Can I even make a towel right now? I don't think I can. No, I can. What do I need? Grass fiber. I don't even remember where to get that on this island, so I'm just going to leave that for the time being. Okay. Sconces. Now, in true Mr. Red fashion, what you should probably have happen is she meets her lover, but then she has to choose between killing her lover and torturing them for the rest of their lives. Because if they don't, puppies will be killed. And so she has to make the ultimate sacrifice. Yeah. As you no doubt noticed, life in the town revolves around two things, the mine and the pub. During the day, the miners had... We've already talked about this. These blokes love living it up in the pub till the early hours, and now that they have lights to ward off mean spirits, they can. All that's missing is their drinking hole. I don't have any more errands for you right now, but if you want more street lights, you won't hear me complaining. Puppy fricassee. Fricassee? I'm not sure how to say that. Let's just do this really quick here. A drinking hole is a common name for a bar, or a pub, or otherwise a place where you go and get alcohol. I don't remember why they call it drinking hole. I don't have that knowledge in my head. No! No! I hate this song, Evo. I hate this song so much. Why? Because I have no taste? I don't know. Maybe because I've heard it for 7 billion years. It drills into your brain, and then you hear it, and then it keeps drilling, and it plays every night, like clockwork. And then you're trying to do something in town, and you can't get away from the music. And I just want to stab my ear. Just... Okay, I need to make some glass. And earth? Glass, earth, and oil. Bobby Kotick, Gum Gum, who is a legitimately evil man. And I say that without hyperbole. The man is evil. Like, actually, what is wrong with you? Evil. I hope he dies. Not because it'll improve anything. Not because the world will be a better place for it. But just because it should happen. Yeah, Kotick is a very obvious sociopath. To the point where he doesn't even bother to hide it. We literally have proven records of this man. Hey, Twitch, suicide. We have proven records of this man being a horrible sociopath, and he's never suffered any real consequences for that. The general argument, Evo, is that the requirement to be that financially successful requires you to be a terrible human being. That's the argument. That's the theory. That's the theory. I don't know if that's true. That's just how that tends to line up. I mean, you ever wonder why Bruce Wayne inherited his fortune? By the way, so did Stark. Oh god, it's the song again. Okay, I need Earth. I think I know where to find Earth. Because I don't have any, which is weird. I've got Cloudstone, but I don't have Earth. Nope. Okay, not here. Let me, teleport out of here really quick. No, it's okay. We've just been kind of chatting, and I haven't really been intending to get into polemic topics. I apologize for anybody who doesn't want to hear that. That is my fault. Is that oith? That's oith. Perfect. Because it's cool looking, Zactaf, obviously. Okay, so we have Earth. We have oil. We have... Oh yeah, also, every time you leave and come back, it restarts at the beginning part of the song, which is the worst part of the song. That's the other thing I hate about this. Yeah, how did we get into... Oh, okay, God, you can see how the conversation just drifted Wikipedia style. So we started off talking about how I would make Mega Man a thing. Like, that's actually where the conversation started. And then someone compared me to Elon Musk, which I took a bit of offense to. That's my fault. And then, like, the conversation just drifted into CEOs and supervillains. And here we are. It's funny that how conversations can Wikipedia chain, right? Okay, so now we've got some glass. Let's make some stuff. craft collection. Oh, sorry, Evo. Sorry, that's my bad. The Bronze Age collapse. Oh, man. We all know that was actually caused by a CEO who was going back and thinking, I'm going to corner the market. And there it is. Okay, so lanterns go on those. Crockery goes on here. Yeah, the Dutch once ate their prime minister. For those of you in chat who think I'm joking, that's not a joke. Look it up. So I still don't have those recipes, I think. I'm dead serious. Google it. The Dutch once ate their prime minister. It's okay, he was dead before they started. Okay, so I think that's as good as I'm getting at the moment. So let's go ahead and advance the plot here a little bit. Defenestration is a great word, or defenestration. I can't remember how to pronounce it, but it's a great word. You like how crappy my base is, by the way? Yeah, it is defenestration. I was right, I was right. Let's see. So now we can make iron blocks. Not that we have iron. Silver, doors, windows, actual beds! Oh my god! We have learned how to make beds! But also signs and dartboards. And dumbbells. Yeah, mine are 2 stories. 3 stories that way, so... Alright. Looks like we got some newcomers. We can make iron blocks and silver blocks. You're getting a bit ahead of yourself. We haven't found iron or silver yet. Also playing cards and a dartboard. Oh, that's great. A few games will liven up the pub in no time. Let's go talk to the new people. We're followers of Hargon. Oh, you! Join us! Is that a dream? A mirage? What's a gorgeous girl like you doing in a scruffy dump like this? I'll tell you, we ain't following the children of Hargon. You with us or not? Cool. Blimey, she's a devil in disguise. Hargon will have our guts for garters if he catches wind of what's all going on here. That said, if he don't catch wind, maybe it's not a problem. We'll join you. Good day. Surge is the name. The sound of the bell brought me here too, but unlike these fickle fellows, I am not one to be renouncing my faith. Still, the lady would make for more pleasant company than these boorish barbarians. Very well, I shall stay here to protect this fair maiden from your sinful influence. But know this, should you construct anything that brings calamity on our heads, I shall inform the children at once. Right. Hi, random. Look, crazy Norris. I'm not rereading that. What have I done? How could I ever think it was okay to let Babs, my own flesh and blood, dress up like some salad-munching sideshow? Maybe I should put on the fishnets myself. I wouldn't get the bar bustling like Babs would, but it'll tickle the fancy of a fair few of these fellers. Dad, you don't have to do that. I've decided I'm going to be a dancing girl, just like Mom was. And off she goes. Oh, you made my old dad proud. I am kind of miffed I won't get to wear a lovely leotard myself, though. No comment. Alright. We gotta dig even deeper to a vein of iron. Game. 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 You off to the mine again, runner? Here, take these. Thanks. I made them myself. We can't have you getting hungry, now can we? Hey, how'd you get a lovingly crafted lunch? And I didn't get diddly squat. It's not fair. You know, I'm not trying to hit on her. So, you know, I got that going for me. Ooh, these are good. Yes, I did see that Twitch is trying to become like TikTok. Just like YouTube has already tried to become like TikTok. At some point in time, I imagine people will stop trying to become like TikTok. Probably as soon as TikTok stops being financially successful. Bye, Malroth. Or you can keep up. That's pretty impressive. You know, that's true, Crazy Norse. I will freely admit, I have a kind of a hatred of TikTok, and I don't want to sound too negative about that. But I kind of hate TikTok. Thing is, I think TikTok itself only deserves about half the blame for that. The real problem is with the people who are, let's say, overusing it. I think that's a good way to phrase that. I mean, yeah, TikTok is designed for people with no attention span, who just want to brainlessly watch something. And there's... How to explain this? You know what clickbaiting is, right? What you may or may not know, there's actually several different types of clickbaiting. What you may also not know is that one of the types of clickbaiting that is the most successful by far, even if you know it's coming, is the type where it says something, or it shows something, or it hints something, and some part of your brain wants to know what happens next. Now, I'm not talking about the usual stuff. I'm talking about the kind of thing that is so obvious it's actually subtle. Yeah, TikTok is absolutely chock full of that kind of thing. The snapshot or the thumbnail for the overwhelming majority of TikTok videos is, here's what happened next, or I can't believe this is how this worked, or I just wanted to do this. And it's always like the beginning of a sentence. It's not literally, I mean metaphorically. It's like the hint, the teaser of the actual story. And they want you to then watch the story. And you're thinking, well, that shouldn't work. It does, because human mind is very innately curious, and TikTok videos are usually only seconds long. So you can then satisfy that curiosity very, very quickly. And you start to see the loop and how that's kind of insidious. What am I doing? Bombs. Now, I'm obviously biased because I am, by design, a very long-form content creator. But... yeah, what Random is saying is indicative, so indicative of the mindset that goes into TikTok. They're actually getting funding in order to raise TikTok limits on sides of those stupid videos. To make it longer than a minute. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I know I sound like I'm overemphasizing this. It's because it's hard for me to even process that that's a real thing and not a joke. Because that sounds like a Simpsons gag. Like, that sounds like the kind of thing that would be in an episode of Futurama. Imagine, like Fry's going up to the thing, is like, I need government funding. Why do you need government funding? I need to try and make content that's longer than 1 minute. Oh, I don't know. Do you think there's any market for content that's longer than 1 minute long? We should do some studies. Like, that sounds like a joke, doesn't it? And yet, here we are. I don't know what to say about it. No offense, Random, by the way. Just... I mean, it's not like Twitch is exactly a bastion of good and decency anyway, either. I make my living on Twitch, so I, you know, what the hell do I know? Yeah, that's the other thing. If I might be so bold, it kind of irritates me that YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok keep emulating each other. I know that sounds like a strange statement, because competition's usually a good thing, but they're not really competing with each other, they're just copying each other. And it's making all three platforms worse. Yeah, seriously. YouTube, do your own pre-production video thing. Twitch, be all about streaming. TikTok, be a total vestige of garbage. You know, just make it work, right? Oh, I don't even want to talk about the Twitter crap. Let's just leave that one at the door, where it belongs. Yeah, instead make YouTube Shorts. No. Sorry, this has just turned into rant day. I suppose that's partially where I'm at mentally right now. I don't want to sound complainy. I have a nice place with a loving family and a good job. I have a much better situation than I have in the past, so let me formally apologize for complaining. I am sorry. It is frustrating to me, regardless of my current status and situation, that I have the wrong item equipped, that I am relatively powerless in my situation. It irritates me how much of this has been dictated to me, that I don't have a choice on the matter. I don't get the option to have my own apartment or have my own place. Now, I have a nice place to live, and that's a good thing, but it was forced upon me. Right? I'm sure at least some of you understand the aggravation thereof.
Yay!
We got a bed. You know, weirdly enough, Blade Travel, ditto. Now, granted, I don't think I'm a typical viewer, and I don't count for anything, but for me, if I sit down and actually want to, watch a video on YouTube or whatever, it's usually because I'm getting some work done on the side. Which means, right, crazy horse, which means that what I'd really like is something that I could just turn on and play for literal hours, because I've got tons and tons of work to do, right? I can't do that, because most YouTube videos, at least of the quality that I would like to actually watch, are closer to 15 minutes long. Watcha, runner. Watcha, Malroth. Glad you can make it. Hi, Lyrian. My tingling triceps tell me there's a tunnel on the other side of this wall. Dude? Yeah, okay. Did it! Okay, let's go get the iron. I don't watch my own VODs. I have watched my own theaters and rewrites before, though. And the Lorecraft series. Which is weird, because I absolutely hate my voice. But damn it, the Lorecraft series is really good. What do you want from me? Actually, can someone do me a favor and type !mark Lorecraft into chat? I think I made that command. If I didn't, I need to. That needs to be a thing. Thank you, Mr. Road. Yay, it's a thing. No, no, not there. There we go. What don't I hate about myself? Anyways, thank you, G. Cormos. I am glad that you managed to avoid that particular trap. Nobody needs to be dealing with that garbage. In the interest of fairness, I am a damn good writer. And I know that sounds like a strange statement to come from me, and it feels weird to even say it, but here's something even weirder. I enjoy my own writing. I know, that sounds just bizarre to even say that, but I can't tell you how many times, and it's been more than a few, that I've gone back and reread something I've written, or something I've produced, because I just really like my own writing. It's the kind of writing I enjoy. That's why I write it that way. That's literally the motivation, right? What I want out of writing in a story is the way I write. I don't know what else to add to that. Now, Evo hates my writing because she refuses to read The Robot War. Not that I blame her, it's terrible. I did mention your Skull Castle picture earlier, Evo, speaking of Mega Man. Yeah, the reason I'll rewatch the World of Lorecraft series is, first of all, it's a work of art. Seriously, go watch it. But second of all, I really appreciate how I did the visuals. I know that sounds weird to compliment myself, but trust me when I say the hardest part in the World of Lorecraft thing, by far, was actually coming up with the visual side of things. Writing the episodes, reading them out loud, that was a joke. That took minutes. I would then spend hours roaming around WoW, getting the footage I need to put in the background, and thinking about what footage to put there. Anybody who's actually sat down and watched the World of Warcraft series, not just listened to it, but watched it, you probably know what I'm talking about, because I'm very particular with what I show and where. Not just for things that are relevant, but things that are inside jokes or things that are implying, inferring stuff so that people paying attention can be like, aha, I remember him showing that earlier. that probably indicates something. I put a huge amount of time into the visual side of that. That's what took all the time. And the third reason is it's well written. You know, that's a good point, Evo. I need to just stop streaming one day so I can have time to do stuff, because I haven't read Bregman's thing either. And I do need to go do a lot of paperwork soon. I need to, like, do all kinds of stuff at the UPS store and get a notary and get 3 people to witness something and all sorts of other crap I gotta deal with. Me pecs are pulsating to the unmistakable rhythm of iron. The scaffolding ain't in the blessed nick, though. Don't even look like we can climb the flippin' thing to sink our picks into the metal up top. What do you reckon? Could you make us a blueprint? Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's also RFF2, which itself is being pushed back in favor of RFF 3 through 6. Oh, it's so irritating, Crazy Norse. No, I feel legitimately bad about it, Evo. That's why it's a thing. Yep. Let me make stuff. I've been watching you, you know. Watching you build stuff on Furrowfield, back on our island, and now on Crimbledon. I think I've got the hang of it now. Let me have a go at the workbench, will you? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Okay, here goes. And then you do it like this, right? Huh? Why can't I do it? Why? Everything else builds stuff, but whenever I try it, nothing works. Maybe the voice was right. Maybe I really am just a master of destruction. Forget it. Why do I need to build anything anyways when I got a real-life builder at my side? You take care of the crafting. But if any monsters need mashing, I'm your man. Oh, yeah. So, I already wrote down a character's positive up here. I honestly think Malroth is at least a double positive by himself. I'm open to some ideas. Obviously, we're not done with him yet. He has a character arc across the entire game. But, yeah. Yep. Wasted too much time. We didn't actually get any iron from today. But that's okay, because the song is gone. The song is gone. Malroth kinda is the main character. Depending on how you define it. Still, at least we're a bit of a main character in this one, unlike some of the games where we're not. Like, there's at least something there for us, as opposed to total lack of anything. I do know what that feels like, almost called you Malroth, Crazy Norse. I do know what that feels like. It's relatable. You want to be good at something because you want to be good at it. And you're not. Because you're not. Also, obligatory, Evo's going to make fun of her artwork, even though she has proven many times that she's good at it. I mean, she did the Dablet Rewrite art, for God's sakes. And the RFF1 art. Terrific job! Now I can reach the iron all the way up by the roof. There's a lot of veins up there. And now we unlock iron. I gotta say, this scaffolding looks sturdy as. It's bleeding brilliant having a builder like you on hand, make no mistake. Hang on, I gotta catch someone. There we go, got her. Don't worry, she weighs nothing, so I can just hold her with one arm here. There we go. And I'm gonna put her right here. There you go. Now that the scaffolding's in place, we can take our mining to a whole new level! Alright, lads, time to get digging. You too, runner. So I need 10 lumps of the grey stuff. Is there one part of the Star Trek rewrite I'm proud of? Well, the Star Trek rewrite hasn't actually come out yet. But yes. Time travel. Due to the nature of how I'm doing time travel, I sort of have to map out all the time travel in advance in R Trek. And I have. I am actually really proud of how all the time travel works in R Trek. Of everything else that all needs fleshing out in individual details, all the time travel is done. Also, I'm very proud of what we've been turning Enterprise into. Our Ent is much more of a political story, and I'm just going to lean into that because I don't care. Arguably, it should be a political story. It's about the founding of the Federation, for God's sakes.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
There we go. Cool, blimey. Made sure work of that. How about you give the mops to Lat Magrog? Okay. Oh, I don't know if you're aware, but there's 2 levels to the mine, upper and lower. I reckon we've explored pretty much all we can up here. Why don't you see if you can find the lower level before you head up? Yeah, sure. Now follow me. Oh, where'd he go? Looks like a dead end. Sorry to drag you all the way here. But if me quivering quadriceps are to be believed, I'd say there's another tunnel behind this rocky blockage. Or blocky rockage. Problem is, the stone looks too old to crack. I don't think that mallet of yours is up to the job, or your rusty wrecking balls neither. You're welcome to try, but I say we have a word with Magog. See what old glossy bonds can fix. Yeah, I don't know who voiced Garland for RFF1. I think the casting director just made a really weird choice there. Like, that doesn't sound like Garland to me, and I want to complain to someone about that. Can I talk to the manager here? A builder like you can make useful tools out of iron. Yeah, no kidding. Like a metal mallet. What, time travel, Gum Gum? No. There is, functionally, no time travel in the extant. Tristram is honestly my favorite, even. Because, holy crap. I saw the look in her eyes when she handed you those shrooms on a stick. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not competing for Babs' affection like those hooligans. I just want to know that what I have to do to get some of her delicious home cooking for myself. So how about those shrooms she gave you? Any leftovers? Runner, is it me? Have you noticed that whenever Babs comes up, people here act all strange? Yeah, it's because of running gag that they won't let go. Don't worry, Malroth. If I find any love, I'll give you some. Which I already have, because Malroth has stolen my heart. You finally get your hands on some iron. Making good progress. It won't be all plain sailing, I promise you that. Sooner or later, you'll bump into a section of tunnel too tough for that wooden mallet, which we already have. We need a smithy! So make this stuff. Okay. Out of Bloodstone, because that's what we have. Whoops. I mean, fair enough, Crazy Norse. What's funny is Malroth totally understands love, he just doesn't have a word for it yet, you know? Not to talk about the FF rewrites a bit, but something that's been in the back of my mind this whole time. We have a very talented cast of actors and actresses. And I'm really debating how exactly we're going to line up some of the later ones. Like, we're pretty much going to have people acting to themselves. There's no way to avoid that, right? So I'm kind of debating how we're going to handle that. That's especially going to be a problem in 5. At the very, very, very least, we still need at least 3 major villains to be cast who can't be, you know, killing you or random. And yeah, FF6 by itself has 14 main characters. And FF6 is probably going to have some callbacks and recurrences from, at the very least, 8 and 9. Because of how we're structuring it. So that's a whole thing. Forge, sack, pot, chest. I mean, I'm still leaning towards it, Blade of All. I just need to be careful about it. I was gonna say, you're literally already voicing 2 villains. And I just remembered that this actually won't work. We ran into this exact same problem last time, too, if you remember. Okay, I can make this work. Oh, sorry, I didn't answer you out loud, Gum Gum. Yes, some of the earliest stories about the extant predate the Empire. There's the story of the 3 mages, which I'm still kind of working on. There's several stories set in the colonial era. There's actually a story we're kind of in the middle of working on about one of the earliest colonial stuff, where there's this Azimdi who actually goes and founds a theater, as in like a troupe theater, a play, acting. You know, stuff like that. Sure, Crazy Norse. You need the ability to record audio. Oh, and Discord. I do actually require you to have Discord. It is entirely too useful for coordinating projects, especially large-scale projects like this one. So, you need to have Discord, and you need to have the ability to record and save audio. That's it. See you around, Justin. Well, hopefully they're better than they sound, Mike. I know, right? Mr. Ed, it's kind of bonkers. What the hell do I know? I actually use Audacity, but I should probably mention that I use a heavily modified and customized version of Audacity. So I'm not actually sure if that's really feasible for, like, starting off fresh. Oh yeah, Fife, all over the place. Like, it's pretty normal, actually. There's a lot of Audacity mods out there. Good morning, Ross. Oh yeah, I need to do this. Yes, I can. There we go. I also have an older version of Audacity, because that's the one I started modding. So I don't really, you know... I'm not sure where Audacity is at nowadays, is what I'm trying to get out there. Of course, I need more iron. Well... You know, that's true, Raven King. Nature versus nurture, I'll admit, is one of those arguments that I tend to find interesting. Not in real life, but in fiction. Because in fiction, it usually tends to vary. In fiction, we can usually say it's nurture, or it's nature, or it's both, because, well, fiction is something that's defined, unlike real life, which is who the hell knows. And considering Malroth over here is, honestly, a fairly good person, all things considered. Oh, we hit the ceiling. Oh, that was fast. Yeah, a lot of fiction is completely in love with the idea of genetics, or family lines, or bloodlines, or whatever. Magic carrying down through bloodlines, we've talked about that extensively. Or, you know... I mean, even Metal Gear Solid is entirely too obsessed with the concept of genetics. Harry Potter, yeah. Listen, this is what you were born as, Evo, and therefore, it's what you're stuck as. I mean, I don't have to explain my distaste for that. You know me. I'm a huge believer in the concept of choice. So, you know, for me, being born as something, as opposed to being something, kind of bothers me. For this one, I don't remember how to do it. That's right, okay. So the puzzle is starting to get a little more interesting. Ah, that's why that sounded familiar, Crazy Norse. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Listen, you just don't understand. You were born special, okay? You were born with the talent. You never practiced anything. You were born with it. My favorite thing about the born with it argument is that a lot of people argue that that's kind of how things are, and therefore that's how things should be in fiction. And there's a validity to that. Not that I agree with it, but there's a validity to the thought process. It boils down to a lot of how your life is going to go is determined by how you're born. Not because of genetics, but because of your life circumstance, which ironically leads more towards the nurture rather than the nature side of that. But you get the idea. Interesting. Okay. See, I don't, admittedly, Evo. And I'm going to explain why very briefly. Every billionaire ever. That's it. That's the argument. I mean, what, you think they earned that money? I know it's not what you mean. I'm just saying that that's the only validity in that argument I've ever heard. No, Giga! I knew it. I knew you secretly hated me. You hate me so much you refuse to subscribe to me. No, what it is Twitch has this thing where there's actually 2 times you can hit that button. Nothing indicates to me whatsoever that those are the 2 separate things. There's your real subscription, and then there's your phantom sub. And I just kind of rely on you guys, you know, not being dicks in order to ensure that those get where they should be. What am I trying to do here? I just realized I don't have a goal in mind. I guess I'm trying to get there. I can't. I can't do it. Yeah, exactly, Crazy Norse. I'm not going to name names because I honestly really do not want to get into it. But I can think of one billionaire right now off the top of my head who started off with a very comfortable life and a comfortable living situation, who was born into an upper middle class family, who had the availability to go and pursue what they wanted to in life, and then did so. Now, how much of that is them earning it and how much of that was handed to them is something that can be debated, but there is no denying the fact that if they were not born into such circumstances, they would not be able to have done what they did to make their money. I think I know what I'm trying to do. There we go. I mean, Giga's just super fancy. I've seen her dressing sense, fashion. I've seen her fashion sense. Of course it doesn't, Evo. But that's why we get into that whole when people bring up the nurture versus nature thing, and then people are. I'm apparently not making my point there. When people argue the nurture versus nature thing and argue on the nature side of things, the most common thing they bring up is the circumstances of your upbringing, which isn't your nature. I mean, you were lucky, or unlucky as the case may be, and born into certain circumstances, but then those circumstances are what shape you, not your literal genetics. Now, obviously, genetics do and can have a lot to do with this. I think you would appreciate that, Evo, but also just anybody who's ever had any kind of disability or, I don't know, I'll use something random here. The ability to breathe properly. Which is something I was not born with. So obviously it does and can have an impact, too. But at the same time, was my ability to breathe a part of me? A part of my identity? No, not at all. It was just something I had to put up with. There it is. I knew it was over here somewhere. Yeah, exactly, Crazy Norse. Bottom line, people are dumb. Especially me. And that King Slime. Die, King Slime. You don't belong in this world. Only one dopey grin is allowed in this game. Oh, Jesus, that hurts. Okay, new plan. If I could ever get rid of this debuff. Oh my god. Please? Just gonna grab this. Don't mind me. Hey, rubies. Which is nice, but not what I'm actually here for right now. Oops. Grab that while we're here, because that's a precious, precious source of iron. I mean, I have heard of that before, Crazy Norse. It's something I've actually wondered before in kind of an abstract sense. How many great writers, musicians, you know, like anything, any category, literally any category, basketball players, football players, how many people that would be excellent at X, Y, or Z will never have a chance to even know if they would be good at X, Y, or Z? I know fiction likes to do the story of The kid who's dreams of being an X, Y, or Z, and then someday they work their way and they get their shot, and they get to do it, and they prove that they're great at it. But in reality land, what usually happens is those people probably don't even know that they like being or are good at X, Y, or Z because they've never been interacted with it. It's never been a part of their life. Speaking from personal experience, it's hard to know you're good, bad, or in between at something until you've actually interacted with it. So tomorrow we're going to finish the first phase of the quest here. So we're going to go ahead and use that as our marker for ending the stream for our lunch break. Let's go do this. Let's go hear the song. Yeah, exactly, Evo. And I mean, honestly, this applies in other ways too. I don't want to get all cheesy, but think about how many friends or romantic partners who would be great friends with each other or romantic partners with each other never meet and never will. Okay, so I'd rather kill myself than keep listening to this song, so we're going to do this. Sleep is kind of like killing yourself, right? It's related. Like a temporary death. Listen, don't crush my dreams. Yay! Smithy done. And while we're here... Is that all the corners? I think it's all the corners. It is. So what we need is 3 dartboards and 2 pub signs, and that's it. Good job with the smithy. You got a real knack for this kind of thing. Ah, the smell of freshly smelted iron has never smelt so good. But making ignites is a time-consuming task. We can work efficiently with 2 forges. Yeah, thanks. Yes, ironmongering, blah, 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 blah. That's true, Danton. That's true. We die every night as the gnomes crawl into our brains and kill us. And then, you know, leave. Of course, a sledgehammer. Go make a sledgehammer. Okay. I have to. New hammer get. That's what the fairies do, Loke. Obviously. Runner, what the heck is that? Looks like your old hammer, but much more smashy. It really suits you. Thanks, Malroth. The real proof of the pudding is the smashing. Let's go test this thing out on some poor, unsuspecting blocks. I'm not gonna be the only one who gets a shiny new toy. I want you to make something nice and dangerous for me, too. Trust me, Malroth. I'm gonna be making you tons of weapons as we go. Not yet, Crazy Norse, not yet. I want to get to the next day and finish the copper. I think I'm also going to finish the bar, since I can do that now. I don't know, Bragman. It's a big thing in Japanese media for some reason. And also in Vegas. And I don't know. We've got to get the Children of Hargon off this island. They've been running the show for too long. No matter how many of us see the light and reject Hargon's ways, as long as his lackeys are still spreading their lies, we'll never bring the good days back to Crumbledon. The island is ruled by the Underseer, one of the Children's top brats. If you can defeat her, it'll put Crumbledon back in our hands and give Hargon a proper poke in the eye. Okay. I like giving people pokes in the eye. Well, no, I don't, but, you know. Oh, shut up.
Yep.
I like how this sign is just made out of iron. And I need more iron. Oh, of course I do. I take no part of that, Krazenars. I'm not gonna take any part of the blame there for that, because... obviousness. I heard you got yourself a sledgehammer now. Also, I just mentioned Vegas, so I already kind of mentioned that. Remember the rocky blockage Doogie said you couldn't break down? Well, I reckon you could smash it now. Run it before you go. Oh, sorry. It's her. It's Babs. Yeah, giraffe necks. Oh. Take these. I made them myself. You know, in case you get hungry down there. Thank you. Those tunnels are cold and dark, not to mention dangerous. You and Malroth watch each other's backs, okay? Yeah, British people wouldn't know... British people wouldn't know proper fashion if it came up and decided to leave their empire and form its own nation. Now you got a hammer. And you walk down there and blah, 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 blah. Okay, so. Let's go ahead and do this. And honestly, all of this. No, it's not over yet, Tsar. Now I have my own sleeping spot out in the sand. Exactly where it should be. Go and do this. I was doing something. Oh, right. That's what I was doing. See, so these go here. And looks like there's one here. Yes. There we go. I need just a little bit more iron to finish this off. Let's go ahead and get some. Just a bit more. Just a bit. Find any that isn't up there. That's a good point. You invented the powdered rig, Mr. Rig. You personally did. Well, you brought that smug look with you. What we need's a particularly powerful... You made yourself a sledgehammer. Sounds like just what we need to shift the blockage. Ain't no time like the present. All joking aside, I do not get the bunny girl thing. No aspirations or insult intended. If you're into it, cool. I don't care. But, like, I don't get that at all. Oh. Ooh, this is pretty. One of my favorite parts of the mine, actually. Like, I get the implication with bunnies, but I'm not into it. It doesn't work. I know. Shocking. I'm gonna get some wool while we're here, because we're gonna need it. See, if someone was wearing the Playboy bunny thing, or the sexy bunny thing, or whatever you want to call it, in order to be cute rather than sexy, I honestly think it would be a lot more tolerable. I know that sounds like a strange statement, but you know what I mean, right? Like, there's such a thing as a dress that's cute. There's such a thing as an outfit that's cute. And then there's such a thing as an outfit that's trying to be sexy. I don't have a better word for it. And it's like,
Yep.
All I'm trying to say is we should just get rid of sexiness forever, okay? That's all I'm trying to say. Man, this game is so good, sir. I'm sorry. I love this game to death. I need to be talking about the level design at some point, I just realized. Because I haven't given positives for level design, I don't think. Okay, you know what? Fair enough, Gigapudding. Fair enough. That's a good idea, Mike Tomato. Let's get rid of sex forever. See, if I never need to provoke a revolution once I take over the world, you know, revolutions are a good way to kind of clean house a little bit, you know? So if I ever need to provoke one, I'll just ban sex, and everyone will be against me immediately. It'll be great. And then after a bit, I'll be like, I'm so sorry. I'll release an apology video. I'm sorry about all the horrible things I said about sex. It's okay. I never really meant to ban it. It was a miscommunication. Both sides have something to be blamed for here. See you around, Walker. No. Right, not yet. Exactly. Then we bring back Sex Classic. And everyone's so starved for it, they're like, oh, yes, we'll do anything for it. It'll be great. It'll be great. I have a butcher at this, runner. There's wet stuff all over the shop. Yeah, it's called water. Us miners aren't exactly the strongest as swimmers. If we got swept in the lake, it'd be curtains for the lot of us. We can't go no further. Okay, I'll go plug the leak. These people. To do numbers for me, Gigapudding? What meanest thou? Are you trying to steal all my money, Gigapudding? Well, joke's on you. I don't really have any. Especially right now. I bought all the doors and ceiling stuff yesterday. Anybody want to guess how much it cost? Yeah, too much is correct. Thanks a million, runner. Now we can head over the bridge without having to worry about drowning. I got a question. How did this big puddle get here in the first place? Well, ain't no puddle, it's a lake. It's an underground lake. Beautiful, ain't it? This mine's hiding more mysteries than we can possibly imagine. Old tales tell of mythical temples, forgotten shrines, hidden treasures so valuable, they're invaluable. These tunnels might be dark and deadly, but if the stories are to be believed, they're chock full of adventures waiting to happen. 1800's a good guess. Any other guesses? Before I just answer. Shrine over here. Randomly. Why did you drop that pot? Well, he said it was worthless. Actually, you were pretty close, Loke. It was $4,000. Yeah. Not gonna lie, that bit a bit. In fact, you're probably wondering, why haven't you been getting work on the basement done? It's because we needed doors and ceilings. And that was expensive. Well, we don't have any ceiling tiles down there at all, Five. So, yeah. We needed ceiling tiles. And insulation, and lighting fixtures, and electrical cabling, and you get the idea. It's not actually everything, there are still a few other things. But that is the last big expense. I love the high five sound effect in this one. Lovely jubbly. Yeah, they're under control all along, eh, Marolf? Good news, we've taken back another area from the children of Hargon's clutches. Bad news, I think they're onto us now. And knowing what they're all like, they'll be sure to set their sights on the pub next. But if they so much spill a drop of jigger, they'll face the fury of the likes of what they ain't never seen in their worstest nightmares. You do that for us, right, Marolf? Don't give me that look. Come on, let's keep moving. We made stonking progress. We just need to repair a bit more track. Exploring these tunnels ain't done good for me crippling monstrophobia, but on the plus side, we bagged more metal than we could shake a pickaxe. Once we fix the mine and get the pub done up nice and proper, it'll be put that winning smile back on Babs's pretty face. And she'll dress up in a fancy rabbit suit. Cool. Blimey, I think I might be going hopping mad with excitement. Anyway, you used to be able to ride a minecart near all the way back up top. Let's get some railway going. Now this section of track's got two lines running parallel. Better fix both, huh? It's a tricky job, but it shouldn't be a problem for our resident railway repairer. Yeah, that's me. Hi. So, as a moron who knows nothing, what would happen if the world ditched the USD as the global reserve currency? So let's get this out of the way first. Let's ignore the immediate effects of that, which would be a colossal interruption of trade on a global level. Nations would actually suddenly start running into issues everywhere, and whole companies would just stop trading with each other because they suddenly don't have a standardized method by which to do so. And yeah, let's ignore the fact that there would almost guaranteed be a war, or 2 or 8, that would erupt as a result of that. Oh, leave it out. What kind of nincompoop would build a minecart leading right into a wall? Hang about, this ain't no wall. Smash through these rocks. Okay, sure. No, they will not, Evo. 2 negatives to story. Moving on. Just moving on. Told you, my answer was right all along. We're back at base again. We'll come around down a whopping big circle. Now we've got easy access to the mine's whole upper level. Once you got the track laid, we'll have a convenient shortcut to either end. Yay. So, yeah, let's ignore the immediate consequences of that for just a second. The more long-term consequences are one of 2 things. Either A, someone else would pop in, probably China, who would say, our currency should be the global reserve currency, and then they would push really hard for their currency to be the global reserve currency, and they would succeed at it. Or, naturally, even if nobody actually specifically pushed for their currency to be a global reserve currency, there would be a global reserve currency. One would just kind of naturally develop into being the dominant currency. It's kind of how that works. I'd say we're a little under halfway through, Ross. We've been making slow progress because I stopped to build a bunch on the first island, and because we're only doing half shifts at the moment. Possibly lower, but you get my point. One way or another, there is going to be a global reserve currency. It's just the question is, what is it going to be? Actually, I do, Crazy Norse. Which is why the first thing I mentioned is the least likely. China's economy likes to pretend that they're strong. It's actually not. Everyone's like, oh my god, China's economy is the most powerful in the world, and it's the second strongest in the world, and it's super amazing, everything, and no. No. That's a house of cards, Chinese economy, and yeah, don't even make me laugh. And the funny thing is, even a surface level analysis will show that. but the more you look into it, the more of a mess it is. You single-handedly reconnected the entire railway network for the upper level. Spectacular work. Sweet. Thanks for fixing the railway up. We've had a few scrapes on the way, but we finally made the top level of mine back in action. Job done. Hang on, if our job's done, where's all the gold? Isn't that what Goldilocks needs to get his strength back? Told you before, didn't I? Argentina, Mr. Red. I'm not going to make a joke, because there's nothing funny about that. Argentina's economy needs help. This mine's absolutely huge. We ain't even scratched the surface yet. If we want to get our hands on shiny stuff, we gotta go deeper. We're going to head down the bowels of the earth? Sounds like a real adventure's only just begun. You said there was some kind of long-lost evil haunted temple, right? I can't wait to see it. Whatever floats your boat, mate. I know what me and the lads want to see. A great big smile on Babs's face. And we want to see as much of her skin as possible, apparently. Sorry, I shouldn't be crude. Like I'm with Evo. It just irritates me how often they hit that point, that's all. I'm willing to let it go. I'll let it go. I'll let it go. Tunnel's complete. Word about town is you've got the tunnels back open. That's marvelous. I never doubted you for a second. Malroth is doing the flexing. Thanks a million. Once the metal starts flowing, the town will get its buzz back. You'll see. Come on, let's go tell Goldilocks the rest of the lads the good news. Unfortunately, I have no, what I would call, reliable information on Russia's economy. I can't even speculate. I have no information with which to gauge. Information coming out of Russia right now is not reliable, is how I'm going to phrase that. You're off to a good start. When the gold rush hits again, there will be so much metal pouring out of that mine you won't believe your eyes. And when Babs puts on that cottontail costume, your peoples will pop out on your stalks. I know mine will. That's as may be, but I ain't stepping into a single fishnet until you do everything Goldilocks asks for, remember? Babs kind, Babs caring, Babs become dancing girl for me! Me not worthy. Don't worry, Goldilocks, I ain't putting myself out. I've always wanted to be a dancer like my dear old mom. The only reason I'm waiting is to get these wasters working. Speaking of which, a little matter of Goldilocks' other favor. How's that coming along? Well, if you give me 5 seconds... Let's get some iron. As soon as this... And he's doing it, flexing his pecs so Babs will notice him. Babs become dancing girl soon? Goldilocks, are you earwigging again? Get out of it. No can help it. Me too big. Get in people's way. Stay here, listen and watch instead. Me like Babs. Like to hear about Babs. Maybe marry Babs one day. Oh, blimey, I've got some stiff competition. I'll have to train harder than ever before to get muscles bigger than Billy biceps. Nope, I said I would leave it alone. And I'm going to. I'm just gonna move on. Get some iron. Listen to the worst song of the game. Excuse me, second worst song of the game. Iron, iron, iron. 24 iron. Nice. And we'll top him off, too. Or not? No, yeah, here we go. Me become Copper Golem. Thank you, Rudder. Congratulations, you're looking pretty dapper. Thank you, Babs. You happy, me happy, we all happy. But if no one become Gold Golem, Golden Age no return. Need more metal. Yep, we gotta find gold and silver. We can worry about that later. But now let's just be happy about his swanky notebook. The copper clobber really suits you. Really? Thank you, Babs. Me feel stronger already. got a smashing job, but I found new respect for the builders since I met you. But without wanting to be rude, I thought I'd give you a gentle reminder that there's still a bit more work that needs to be done in the pub. I will shoot you in the face. Just saying. Right in the face. What needs to be done? 3 dartboards. Right. For which I needed iron. Yeah, I don't mind that personally, Slifer, but I do agree that the build area in the second town is noticeably smaller, probably because it's a little bit more restricted. By contrast, even though the build area is much smaller in the third island, I actually like the third island a lot, for reasons we'll get to when we get there. Gameplay-wise. Okay, so now I need my dartboards. Pax linked me a video recently, which was, oh god, hang on. What was it? I think it was a Taiwanese company. It was a company that had been hired to build a bunch of buildings in a Chinese city, which they did to get the government contract, and then they immediately knocked the buildings over, like as soon as they got the contract concluded. It was wild watching it. Just, yeah. And done. Oh yeah, speaking of which. Yeah, a complete waste of literally everything. It's sort of messed up when you think about it. Hmm. I've already given the 2 negatives for the BAP stuff. Yes, I have. Good. Hello? Thought I heard something. You finished rebuilding the pub. I just love what you've done with it. Thank you. I'm sure Dad'll get thrilled to bits. Come on, let's go tell everyone the good news. Nice, Lifer. I wish I could see pictures of it. You do favors for me. Thank you, Runner. Thank you, everyone. My pub. It's bleeding gorgeous. A swanky gaff like this, if there's locale, the miners will be digging up more metal than we know what to do with. I hope so. I need a lot of iron. And Babs is going to be becoming a dancing girl. It's celebration time. Oh, me giddy hand. All me dreams are coming true at once. That's the spirit, boys. Game. What are you doing? Still, our work ain't done yet. All we found so far is copper, iron, and a bit of coal. All the gold and silver must be buried somewhere much deeper. The One Road Initiative. Oh my god. There's no more than just metal down there. Old tales tell of mystical treasure and hidden temples. Maybe you'll be the ones to find them. It is a nice bar. Except for the, the floor, but let's ignore the floor for a second. Thank you for doing favors. Babs, you melt my metal heart. You so kind. Kind as all that. The only reason I want to turn you back into a gold golem is so the golden age will return. Me understand. Babs's dream, my dream too. We bring back golden age. Then we get married? Let's leave the lovebirds to it. You and me should head back down to the mine. All these stories about treasure and temples have got me fired up. Yeah, you should go have a look, but before you go gallivanting off, let me thank you once again. Thanks. Runner, you know what this means. The pub's done and the tent tiles are mended. We've done exactly what Babs asked, so it's time for the main event. Babs. 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 Keep your hair on, I can hear you. We've done everything you asked. It's time for you to put your dancing shoes where your mouth is. Well, a promise is a promise, I suppose. Here goes. Nothing. Sorry, lads. I ain't quite ready yet. Something's missing. Something important. But don't worry. I want to see myself in a cottontail costume as much as you lot do. I'll give you a shot when I'm ready. What you mean something's missing? You wouldn't happen to know anything about this, would you, runner? Eh? Not really, no. Bab said something was missing, something important. What's she rabbiting on about? Something missing. What could she mean? Oh, I think I've got an idea. I reckon it's because we ain't muscly enough. If we beefed up, Babs will be back in toe-tapping mood in no time. Was that? You think I'm barking up the wrong tree? What are you trying to pull, eh? I didn't see you coming up with so broad ideas. This is the best we got. Now then, before we can start bulking up for our realsies, we need a place to work at, a pumping station. We need 2 dumbbells, 2 mining tools, and 2 towels. We also need to hit a 1-star fanciness level, which is our tutorial for fanciness. Which hasn't been a mechanic up until now. Which we will be doing after the lunch break. Or maybe tomorrow? Because we might be playing Mario Kart soon. We'll see. Either way, I hope to see you all next time. And now, just picture like a 20-second TikTok video. What will he do next? And then you have to click it to find out what happens next.